Okay, I should be live. There, Tara and Uxum. Welcome, welcome. Let me get my sources switched over. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. Alright, we haven't been back here in a while. Alright, the past 3 streams we were just playing Homework Hime. Okay. Wait, is that not? Oh, that's a dead one. Let's see if we can get people for raid and final trial. And let's get dailies done and all the other stuff done as well. Oh, that's a bit loud. Yeah, I did. Okay. Tier 85 and stuff. Hi, Tommy. Welcome, welcome. Let's get everything done. I managed to get like all my AFK farming for the event stuff done though. Yesterday. Or rather, while I was streaming last night, because big brain idea came up and it was just, what if I just made a macro to queue for the event? I don't know if I'd call it stress, but just, yeah, I've just been busy. It's more tired, if anything. Okay. Wait, my accounts are not on the same channel? Okay. Need to go to Jerry 85. Okay, we got 5 people now. Oh, that's a bit loud. Okay. The hell? We just did all that damage. It wiped everything out. We got one more spot. Alright, cool, let's go in. Alright. Thankfully, it's an easy week today. Or this week. Thankfully. And we gotta get all- I gotta make sure I get all the other tasks for the event thing done as well. the regular task stuff. So we'll do that after too. Right, gotta do those tasks and then we'll see. Alright, we got a bunch of stuff to go between. At least it'll be a nice, quick and easy one. Did I just kill the ground controller? Wait, oh, I healed. Bruh. I think it's just the volume, it's too loud. There we go. Convenient having a hardware fader that I can just manually touch. How's everyone doing? This is taking too long to kill, what the fuck? And it healed again. Bro, what the fuck? What the hell is everyone doing? Yeah, this is worse than when I tried to like solo this shit like last year. What the fuck? What the fuck is are these people doing, man? Oh, great. If we can execute, we'll be fine. freaking useless. I'm pretty sure if I did that old strat, I could maybe get it done on my own. Yeah, if you want to discharge players, people. Yeah, they can go do that so we can kill it faster. That would be great. Give me a sec. Okay. Oh, someone crashed. Did they crash? Okay, I don't know what the hell they're trying to do. I'm guessing it's a returning player or something. Maybe. Okay. Alright, let's get this done. Yeah, and I'm gonna link myself this time. Just for the extra damage boost. Wait one sec. Shit. Alright, we gotta go get this thing killed. I thought someone was gonna Astro Tank. Oh, that's fine. Oh, this is Pepega. He's back in the corner here. Alright, this thing's almost edge. Alright, got that done. Then we can get on to the next thing. Alright, let's go do final trial. And then I gotta finish my dailies and the other stuff. Alright, I'll switch the outfit after. Either Kazuki. Welcome, welcome. Right, just getting her stuff here done. At least we got all of that done. Alright. Alright, we got the swimsuit on again. Been a while. I mean, it hasn't been that long since we last used it, right? How long has it been? Only a couple of weeks. I'm sure. But there we go. Wait, we have the daily reset for the monthly card there. Cool. Got more dark crystals, and then I gotta do astral hive elimination. Do, 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 do. Where's the thing I'm looking for? Here we go. Nice. Main dailies there are done. Did I get Dream Machines done yet, or no? No, I did not. Oh shit, I need to land first. Yeah, let's go get some of... Wait, what? What a big combat with. Okay. Time to get all this stuff done. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we finished Homework he made the other day. We'll probably try, I'll probably play East 10 sometime next week, I think. We'll see. Oh yeah, the new ToF pack should be in a few days as well, right? So we'll have the Glaya and stuff to pull for. If I'm not mistaken. Okay, and then we did try her on the test server the other day. Not the other day, a week ago. Oh cool, I got my first dream machine. Alright, let's see what I got. Is it a dream machine or is it nightmare fuel? We shall see. Okay. Alright, we'll go get another dream machine done then. And then we have a bunch of reacts and stuff to go through later. Because the thing has just been piling up over the past, you know, couple days and everything. yeah, let's get this stuff done. Let's get loaded on in. Alright, let's see, will my ult get a dream machine? Okay, my ult gets a dream machine. I'll warp into another robbery first. To kill and loot and see if I can get a dream machine there. Come on. Alright, do I get a dream machine here? My ult got one. Yes, I do. Nice. Alright, time to get this dream machine done. Alright, gotta get all of these done. Oh damn, it's this crappy dream machine. Oh damn it. It spawned the thing too far away. Alright, we got halfway through that one. I really hate it when this is the dream machine that pops up. Because it's just awful. Right, come on. Right, so we just gotta grab the other stuff here. And it spawns out on the other side. Ugh. It's so annoying. This, like, the rewards from this dream machine are garbage too. I don't need those junk matrices. Whatever, at least I got it done. Right, there's still one more dream machine I need to get on my man and two more on my ult. But yeah, it's like I'm just finishing up everything today, I guess. Why not? But yeah. Alright, I'll just go warp to up office. Yeah, it's just completely useless. The junk gear and the matrix reward, things like that, if it's not pulls, it's just completely worthless. Oh well, that is what it is. Well, my main got a dream machine, but not my ult, so I have to go through more pain on my ult to get all its dream machines. Oh well. Oh great, it's this thing. Alright, I'm gonna switch to Meryl Volt and just AFK it. Because fuck it, man. Where is it? Okay, let's get warped on in. Alright, I just do this. And then we wait. Alright, this is just how I do the dream machine. No need to actually do it manually when this will work. And then I got the shitty maze on my ult as well. With the Pepega, the same reward as it is there, the dust. It's the same Pepega reward. And then now my ult is stuck looking for the last thing. I'm like trying to find the last. Oh, here it is. For the dream machine there. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right, got the dream machines there done. But yeah, I finished the event farming here by just using an AFK macro to just spam Lucky Star combo. That's what I did. Oh yeah, there's this stuff. Evolution Frontier. Sequential Phantasm. I have to do sequential later. On both of my accounts. Okay. I still need one more dream machine for my ult. One of these days I really should just dump all my keys so I can get all the data sources and dump them here. I should one of these days. Or like I should. Right, then I gotta get that one upgraded, and then that one upgraded all the way. Oh. I'll just go kill another world boss and see if I can get a dream machine for my ult. Yeah, I'll get that done. And then we'll do a couple more things here, then we'll switch to Enfield. Because I gotta get stuff done there. When is the Enfield patch dropping anyways? I haven't like paid attention. There's still like one of the event story quests I haven't done yet there. And then... yeah, that's like it. Alright, let's loot this. Okay, my ult got its last dream machine. Alright, we'll just put my account there. And then we'll go do some sequential. Oh. Right now, it's the thing with the targets I gotta do on my ult. Okay. Alright, I need to do my joint ops first. I don't know why I'm just stockpiling ciphers at this point. Though I haven't needed to stockpile ciphers for the past, like, what, 7 months or so? 7, 8 months or something like that. I've just been stockpiling them. Because, yes. Because why not? It's easy to AFK farm them. Don't know what I'll do with them. Alright, because like we look at my currency here. Yeah, I have almost 500,000. Eventually I got to the cap of the ciphers. Right, eventually I'll cap it. That'll be funny. When I eventually get there. Okay. Join up. Alright, let's get this done. Alright, let's go over this way. Get this thing done. Alright, then we gotta go kill the boss. Alright, we gotta get all this stuff here done. Yeah, I'll only loot one of these. And then I'll just dump the rest of my vitality on Dimension Trials. It's not like I even need the condoms anyways. And I have to do Evolution Frontier. Alright, time to get this done. Alright, let's get this done. Yeah. I'm pretty sure what the patch is what Tuesday or Wednesday or something like that for your ToF. And we'll have a Glaya or the bigger gray fox. The older gray fox. Come on. It really won't let me just start it immediately. Alright, let's go get this thing done. Alright, that one's dead. Then we need to get to the next one. Mm-hmm. What's going on with the old chat? What the fuck? The hell is his name, man? The long dong there. Okay. And then doing FCE. Alright, then we just wait for the next one. Mm-hmm. Now we get this done. Bruh. What the fuck? Damn, that is quite the name there. That gave a like. What the fuck? But yeah, what is up with the world chat there? Those are quite some names. Yeah, I'm fine. Just tired. A little tired. Everything's just so dead right now. But yeah. These names, man. Okay. That is fine. Right, time to go kill Valkyrie. And then I have to enter and exit again. And then I have to do my sequentials. Gotta get those done. Okay. Oh yeah, I'll have to get that done for my ult at some point. But yeah, everything's just so dead right now. Just everything is so dead and quiet. Oh, congrats on your 15 stream streak. Congrats on the. I think things will just get like a lot busier though in like April, end of April probably. Things will probably pick up then. For now, for like the next month and a bit, everything's just dead. Probably. So it doesn't help how I don't exactly have the best hours for streaming. Right. Oh yeah, is it daylight savings today? If it is, then we're gonna have like a time travel. We're gonna time warp an hour in a bit. We'll skip an hour in a bit. I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah. In a few minutes we will time travel forward plus 1 hour. We will skip an hour and time travel forward. Because, yes. Oh, I need to get the sequentials on my ult done. Really? I thought they changed the thing. Either way, it's so silly that we still keep doing it. Right, it's just silly that we keep doing it after all this time. Like, there's like really no reason to, but we still keep doing it. It's dumb. Wait, am I still in the... Okay. I got my gold there. But yeah, now I gotta get this stuff done. And then we'll go do Enfield stuff after. Okay. Hi, Flyer. Welcome, welcome. Alright, he's dead. Mm-hmm. And then another increase to my attack stat. What's the stage I can AFK on my ult then? For sequential. What do you mean doesn't have a thigh cap? I guess not. I mean, what? This is the ToF stuff now. We finished Homebrew yesterday. What do you want? Do you like the gap there? Oh, look at this. What I colored it to be skin color there. Remember that? Is that what you like? Alright, we'll do the fizz one now. Mm-hmm. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I can do that. I can clear it. Let me try again. Yeah, I think I'm doing a lot better now. Yeah, fix my rotation. Damn it, that was so close. I think I need to have the food buff. Yeah, whatever. I'll just do it another time, maybe. Right. I guess I can take the food buff. Because, like, it's just so close. Let's see, I take that. Right, I haven't used any of these in a long time. But I also haven't looked at the freaking market in Joltville in a long time either. Yeah, that should be enough. Oh, we just get loaded in. Wait, how am I doing worse now than I was doing earlier? What the fuck? Yeah, how am I doing worse? Maybe. But I doubt it. I have like 94% crit rate. Alright, got that one cleared. Yep, gotta do one more. I'll do vault. Why does it take a while for it to load that? Another attack boost there. But yeah, if I did all the stuff that I have, I could probably get this like level 12. If I dump all my keys. Right. And then if I get the other mode completely finished. I'm just too lazy to do it. The Evolution Vanguard. Right, there's a couple of bosses here I haven't done. Right, this is like what, 60 or... Yeah, 60 each. Right, that's one level and some change right here. Because I haven't done 4 of these guys. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can get to level 12, maybe partway to level 13. If I was to like dump all my keys and everything. But I'm too lazy to do that. Oh well. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, there's also the Planet Noah stuff. I haven't touched anything in Planet Noah. I am like behind on all the stuff there. Lots of stuff to just do there and that I have not done. No. Besides, she get resurrected anyways, don't worry about it. I have no idea. We've had like no news on it. But like Warp is like kind of its own dead zone, man. Part of the problem is like they started regulating the economy there. Which is honestly just a big no-no. Done. At least I did all those newer stages there. I guess. I don't know. I haven't looked at Warp in a while. It's just too much to keep up with. It's too much work. Alright, let me claim all the things here. Okay, my ult needs to get Origin of War done. It's just too much work to keep up with. And then I got even more attack. Alright, like now I have like quite a bit over 50k base attack. 5420. Yeah, fair enough. That's understandable, honestly, because then you can keep all your cosmetics and everything. Oh yeah, I only have one buff. Because I skipped all the way. Well, now I have finisher. Right, because like it's not even worth stressing about Origin of War anymore. It's just like Hey, let the people who get to the end just carry you at some point. I just skip all the way to the end of it. Right, it's just like, oh yeah. Just skip to the end. Yeah, don't need buff if it's 100%. But it's also just so much easier when you can just skip to the end. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much got all the event stuff done for the patch. So that's good. Right, I don't think there's like anything else I needed to get done here for the patch. Yeah, just wait for someone to like get the thing. The bonus rewards you get for clearing it early don't matter anymore after you have all your gear in order. It's like after a certain point, it's like, I don't care. It's like, cool, more junk gear stuff that I'm never gonna use. Right, it doesn't matter anymore at that point. Like, it just stops mattering. But yeah, at least I got all the stuff there done. Mm-hmm. How much of a lead do I have? Damn, that's a pretty sizable lead over second place. I didn't do stage 78 though. I could clear it, but like, eh. Okay, let's go do Enfield stuff now. Mm-hmm. Right, time for Enfield. I do wonder though when Snowbreak will come back. Okay, one of the reacts that we'll have is just gonna be under Enfield stuff anyways. So, we'll see. Right, Snowbreak has been down for like 8 days now, right? Almost. No, not 8 days. It's been down for at least a week now, right? I know I did like a one Snowbreak stream this in March. And then the day after, it's just like, rip. Also, I really wish it didn't freaking flashbang us every single time. It is annoying how it just flashbangs us. Yeah, rip Snow dead. It's Snowbreak is Snow broken. No more Snow bro. Poor Snow bro. No more snow. Very, very big rip. fuck? What the hell is this crappy RNG for the shop? Damn. Didn't get any good RNG, like, didn't really get good RNG there. That's fine. Let's go sell these. Alright, gotta get all the things here done. Not really, no. Like, yeah, like, not really. And if I had, I don't remember. Eh. Oh, 72% off, I'm buying those. I don't know, I think I was doing pretty fine with when I was playing that bullet hell game on the harder difficulty yesterday. Right. I'm pretty sure I did better than a large amount of people would playing that. I'm pretty sure. But I don't know. Okay, depot node. Any woolings? I need wooling. Come on, I want wooling. Bro, is there no wooling? Oh, this freaking Garbo Valley 4, I want my wooling. Alright, let's get warped on over. But yeah, everything is just so dead right now. I got in the CC Discord for Enfield earlier as well. When I was like checking my email yesterday, I got an invite to it. So now I have access to their content creator Discord for Enfield, but like, there's not really anything going on in there. Alright, let's go get some stuff here done. So I wonder what they're even planning on doing there. But yeah. Alright, let's go up here. But yeah, everything is just so dead.
All hands, stay alert for orders. Oh. Apologies, I was spacing out.
Can I get another Wuling delivery? Come on. Give me more Wuling deliveries. It's like one of the main bottlenecks is the Wuling stock bills. Because of like Valley 4 don't really need this shit here anymore. Yeah, I'm just like slowly cleaning out the shop here of the stuff here, and that's like it. That's all I do there. Then we head this way. But yeah, when is the infield pass dropping? Is it next week? I'm guessing it's sometime next week. Just don't know when. Alright, we'll head on over here. What the hell, that's not mine. God damn it. Someone's random ass zipline spawned in there.
Don't worry, I'm around. Just go ahead and waste your time some more.
But yeah, let's go get the stuff here. Yeah, the zipline bait, it's annoying. Because I already have all the ones that I need and use set up and placed where I want them. Oh wait, went the wrong way. Should have gotten off. Got that. Alright, then we can go all the way back up there again. Mm-hmm. Yeah, might as well grab that because it's right there. That would also count for one of the dailies anyways. So I might as well grab it. Okay. Wait, did they also adjust the freaking time for daylight savings? I noticed, because that's 1 hour, 21 minutes. Yeah, I guess they did. Already. For the daily reset there.
Looking for me? Behave, Ross! I offer today's dialogue and contemplation.
Hi, Darkside. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I need these. Gotta farm a bunch of these two crowds. I'm doing fine.
Better.
How you doing? Alright, let's get on in. Do another one.
We'll end this fight easily.
Your end is not. I shall be the avatar of rain.
Cozy up with gravity! Let the Hana rise!
We fought with.
We're going head to head. Execute plan A.
This thing's almost dead.
Next up is A.
Alright, we'll do one more of these. Because I need the T-creds.
Bring it on. You're fighting me.
Alright, that's edge. Alright, we can loot that. Here, let's go level up an operator.
Who like to micro contemplation, computation. I once restructured the codec dome of the Catederalis to enhance its working efficiency. Yet, unanticipated resonances occurred as the ancient algorithm processed the data flow. The result was complicated. And yet, what once exiled one from their homeland has become a source of grace.
And I'm broke again.
Perhaps this is what the law wished to reveal to me.
Alright, let's see. What else do I need to get done here? Oh yeah, this... I need to get these done. Alright, I need the rainbow fish over there. Alright, got that one done. Unfortunately, I have to wait for the freaking ride to end before I can get off this thing. Because I can't even teleport out of this. Right now, I just stuck waiting for it. Alright, let's see. At least that one's a quick one. Let's get these deliveries done. Mm-hmm. And then after that, we'll do the Yvonne quest. Because I haven't done that, and then we'll do the React thing. Alright, let's get teleported over. Come on. Wait, why was I pinged? Okay.
that one?
Alright, let's go make this delivery. I'll do the last delivery now. Right, time to go deliver this thing. Okay. Got that done. Right, so I got this mission to do here. Alright, let's go do the Yvonne mission. They want me to go over there. Okay.
All right, crew, form a line in front of...
Super Iterator? I think I saw it. That package should be in the stack behind me. All the packages that got held up came in today. We got no one to spare because everyone's busy sorting the deliveries. So, I guess you'll have to find it yourself. Real sorry about this.
Okay.
These are relief supply donations from the
Hi there.
Found it?
Yep.
Already?
We got it.
Yvonne? Is that package hers? Well, be extra careful when moving it around. Don't bump it against anything. I gotta work on something else, and I suggest you check the package for labels or descriptions of static blight samples.
Okay.
Endman! I am totally surprised to see you here!
You gotta deliver.
Andre is being a big lazy owl again. He made a losing bet and promised to pick up all my deliveries for this year. I can't believe he's bossing you around, Endman. I'll make sure he gets a friendly reminder of his place.
Ugh, picking up packages is such a hassle. Anyways, thanks a mil.
Yep. The research samples.
Nope, not research samples. Just some ordinary paint. Previous troubles had the delivery, and now I got no use for it anymore.
No use for it anymore?
Yeah, even though the package arrived late, you came at just the right time, Endman. My plan is... just follow me.
Okay.
Nope, this won't work. Not big enough. Ooh, this place is great. Drawing is essentially the same as solving technical problems. You simply choose the most satisfying solution out of countless possibilities.
Okay.
I would occasionally draw a few things while looking for inspiration. Since I have no use for the paint, we might as well add a splash of beautiful color on this boring wall. Don't just stand there, Endman. Grab a brush.
Graffiti?
Yeah? So? Endman, don't tell me you're scared of the Collinses. You've got nothing to fear. I'll cover you. The science park is really banged up, so we'll start rebuilding it eventually. I say we leave our signature on the ruins to commemorate this entire mess.
Okay. Bro, these just steals. They're not even painting it. What the hell? They're just static still images here. And then just panning it around.
Phew-wee. Oh, I haven't felt this great for quite a while. Actually, I always thought the legendary Endministrator of Endfield Industries would be a super stuck-up, serious person.
Okay.
When I was a kid, I read about you in those educational science books. They either described you as an old academic like Professor Crow, or someone like Director Chin, always rushing around with a stern face, stamping piles of reports with the Endfield seal.
So do I look like now?
Our pattern souls are vibrating. Endman, your aesthetic is so my vibe.
Hey, Yvonne! You again!
Uh-oh. We gotta run!
Okay, I just dumped a bunch of paint there.
That was real close. Almost caught us red-handed.
But the paint bucket's still there.
Well, I gotta respond quickly, right? Thank goodness it wasn't his sister, or we'd both be toast.
Okay.
So, what do you think about our graffiti? Think we're missing a theme? I've seen plenty of awesome graffiti, like at the Obsidian Festival. Every piece is a scream from the artist who drew it. It's something from their heart, something they truly want to express. A raging voice that wants out, that wants to be plastered all over the viewers' faces.
Okay.
So, what do you want to express with your graffiti, Endman? The vibes you're feeling, a story you want to tell, or is it something else?
Sure, I'll just put that. Whatever.
Wow, I love that answer. That's why you're the Endman. No matter what your answer is, the scream must be an eruption, an explosion right from the deepest recess of the creator's heart. I really envy you, Endman. You seem to have it all figured out. Me? I don't know yet. Brainstorming things on your own often lands you straight in a bottleneck. Nevertheless, inspiration remains the heart of any creation. And since you've been all over the place after waking up, you must have found some truly inspiring spots. Come on, share a few with me.
Alright, we'll just go with that. Hub base, whatever.
The hub base? Oh, well, I can also visit Andre along the way. I heard an anchor fell right on his lab. Old boy got really lucky with that one. And yeah, since I haven't seen him for quite a while, I suppose I can swing by, you know, give him my best wishes. Endman, Endfield Operator Yvonne is requesting the reservation of your time today. I must complete this graffiti while my muse is still knocking. I refuse to take no for an answer.
Okay. Let's go to his lab
I
then.
knew you'd be interested, Endman.
Alright, we can go up this way. But why is that one dropped now? Alright, we're almost there. Alright, let's head on over this way.
I haven't been here in quite a while. Maybe we should draw something here as well. But let's head over to Andre's place first. Finding inspiration is the most important thing. I wonder how Andre will react when he sees...
It's finished! My precious things! They're all done for!
Right, did I ever get enough to do another... No, I only have 1620. Alright.
Power system, auto controls, Originium warmers. They're now completely bust. And my massager as well. Oh,
Okay.
when will I ever finish these repairs? I got myself a Latanian oil painting online. Now I don't even have a proper place to hang it. Director Chin is really on my back. Oh dear. I got too many things on my hands. I must fix this lab, or it'll be of no use to me.
Did someone say something about fixing their lab?
Yvonne and the Endman. Why are you here?
I'm here to settle the score for making Endman run errands. Speaking of which, this Anchor did quite a number on this place.
Yep.
Wasn't Tata parked here before? That means it was really close to...
Hold on. Are you saying that there's something wrong with the package?
Yep.
Uh-huh. Since you've got a bigger problem to deal with, I guess I'll overlook your crime of wasting the Endman's time.
Oh, I thought you'd want to see the Endman. After all, it was...
Oh.
I decided to pay you a visit because I heard your lab got struck by an anchor. You should be thankful.
Okay.
No matter how many times I look at your decor, I find it simply tasteless. Your lab needs a total makeover, and I happen to be an expert in that. Bet you know who has the most stylish practical room in Valley 4, right?
Absolutely, but, wouldn't this take up a lot of your time?
No matter. Since I'm already here, I'll help you transform this dump. Unlike you, I'm decisive, which makes me 3 times more efficient. Oh, quick clarification. I'm not doing this for free. Free dinners? Nope. Lend me your etching machine for a month.
Of course. Definitely.
Okay.
So I'll hand this place over to you. We got a generator gangway malfunction, and Director Chin wants me to help. I gotta head over quickly. Oh, right. Endman, we might need your help with this. The generator gangway issue might affect the power supply for the AIC Research Center. To completely fix this issue, we'll need your Originium arts.
schedule ahead of time. But since the Endmen agreed to help you, Andre, this means I'll be playing with your etching machine for 2 months. And you best hurry up. I have plans to take the Endmen to other places. And don't you worry about your lab. I'll take care of it. Be ready to see something fantastic when you get back.
About my lab, Yvonne. I've been using it for nearly a decade, and I can find everything I need, even with my eyes closed. A total overhaul might get me confused.
Stop dilly-dallying and get going already. Your lab's in my super capable hands.
Okay.
Oh, she's quite a handful, isn't she? Edmund, I gotta pick up some tools. Let's meet at the generator gangway.
Okay. Let's head on over there then. Oh, we can't jump down in there anymore? Wait, you can't even see her model in there. Even though she should be in there. You can't even see her there. Okay.
Let's head up, Edmund. Yeah, I got a secret. Whew. I get a little worried and jumpy whenever Yvonne swings by my place. Though technically, according to the project organization, she answers to me. Nevertheless, the girl has the best and most creative mind I know. You gotta pay the price when you're working with a genius. She trusted none of us in the beginning, but as long as we share the same goals, we'll eventually end up working as a real team, right? This is the key facility of the entire AIC Research Center. We're counting on you, Edmund.
That was easy.
I think it looks good now. Let's restart it. Beautifully done, Edmund. Superb, Edmund. You still got that incredible efficiency from all those years ago. I wonder how Yvonne's doing. My poor little lab. What if it turns into a house of horrors?
I didn't see you stopping her.
She has the creativity of a burden beast that broke free of its reins. You gotta run faster if you want to stop her. Well, if it makes her happy, I might as well go along. Okay, let's hold that thought and head back to my lab. What do you say? All right.
Sure, let's go.
Let's be off. And quickly, too. By the way, Edmund, there's just one more thing about Yvonne. Our prototype project was a success, but I still know nothing about her plans for her own future.
Okay.
Yvonne might seem like the happy-go-lucky type, but she really looks up to you. Would you mind asking her about this?
Sure thing.
Andre! I reviewed the safety measures of your lab, and the result is major non-conformance. But I fixed everything, and even freed up a lot of clutter for you. I also upgraded your lab bench. When you have people over for dinner, just whip-hap the button twice, and it'll auto-transform to potty mode.
Okay.
As for that auto massage machine, poof, the motor is even older than my great-grandfather. They don't make it anymore. But I managed to get it working again. Please, just apply for a new one.
Alright, your speed is incredible.
Oh, by Talos, you're awesome, Yvonne. Oh, Fabian just messaged us and asked where you are. Did something happen?
The Endman and I are planning to create something spectacular. So, we experimented with some ideas at the park. Don't tell him where we are, Andre. Anyway, my spectacular extravaganza still lacks inspiration. Seen anything impressive or stimulating recently?
Now that question came out of nowhere. Oh, I got it. Try visiting the generator gangway we just fixed. We'll be running a power restoration test soon. All the lights will come back on. You're in for a very pretty sight.
Sounds interesting. Let's be off. Time to admire the fruits of your labor. By the way, Andre, don't forget to check your lab. I left you a surprise.
Oh, that's different.
What is all this?
And the texture is cut off there. The price when you're working with a genius, I guess.
My lab. It's all right. As long as it's good looking enough. You gotta trash the old to take on something new. This change of style, isn't that bad? Really?
Okay.
Yvonne, look. Lighting is back online.
Endman, I got some ideas about the graffiti, but I don't think they're enough.
Okay.
Are there any other special places besides the Hub and the Originium Science Park?
I guess this is the load spring.
Load Spring! All right! That'll be our next stop. To the load spring we go! Okay, my artsy navigator. Which part of the mines are we heading to?
The part where we'll see some of my friends.
You really have friends everywhere. But I also have my Tweety Bomb, Frosty Bitey, and... I didn't come here often, but I'm struck by how different it is from before. Yeah, that's true. It was a terrible event, but everyone's still working hard to turn it around. There's always hope. So, where is this friend of yours, Endmin?
Yeah, I don't see Alia around.
All right, let's ask about her whereabouts. Let's split forces and ask around.
Endman, are you here to take part in the send-off? Yeah.
Send off?
A few fellow crewmates passed away during this incident. We're giving them a formal send-off. But it's
Okay.
actually more like helping us, the living, to cope with the reality.
Yeah, don't say Alia.
Should be looking after the children who lost their parents. We're really short on people, so she might be reassigned to another role. Patrolling, cleanup, battlefield salvage. Anything's possible.
Okay.
Why are there so many rock bugs? Oh, Endman. No, you looking for her? I just came back from a team patrol in the old mines. We were only able to retake that area thanks to you and Rossi. We've been putting off this moment for far too long. Now's the proper time to honor our fallen.
Alright, let's head on to the next one here. Oh, the kids are there.
All right, I'll play with you. I'm a mangler beast, and you are a bunch of baby burden beasts. Now go and hide. The baby burden beast caught will be torn to pieces. Ah! The mangler beast is coming! Hide yourselves! If you catch us, we'll tell you where Miss Alia is. You mean all of you?
Okay.
Oh. Never expected a mangler beast to have a pal, right? We are the double manglers. Better hide yourselves well. If we find you, you lose.
Alright. Sure, I'm an expert in hide and seek. Whatever, I'll just follow the quest marker.
Hurry up, Endmid. Teach these munchkins a good... I mean, if we find them all, they'll tell us where Alia is. Are you done hiding? Because the mangler beasts are looking to feast. Rawr! Where are they hiding?
Oh, footprints here.
And run away. Rawr! Aw, he found me. Roar, found one. Found a baby burden beast here. Endman, let's see who can catch more of them. How about that?
Oh, there's the kid.
You're cheating! You're using the mangler beast see-through vision! I got one, dang it! I refuse to lose! Found one! Another point for Avon! Aw, got found! Don't let me beat you, Endmid!
Wait, where's the other ones? Right, the footprints stop there. Everything stops there.
Where should we go next?
Oh, Yvonne found it.
I won!
Okay.
Ha! I'm the most powerful Mangler beast ever! You got a lot of catching up to do, Endmin. This is so fun! Can we play again? Not now. You gotta keep your word, kiddo. Now, tell me where Alia went.
Fine. Miss Alia said everyone's heading to the Cradle of the Ages, so she definitely went there early.
Okay.
Is that so? Well, thank you very much, my baby bird and beasts. Next time, we'll play some serious bastion defense with my Tweety Bums. Yay!
Alright, and then it's all the way out here.
High-risk target detected. Something isn't right. Frosty Bitey, prepare for battle. You can't escape gravity. Together, people!
Thank you, Endmin. Oh, this was my mistake. I didn't expect the Angeloid to be crawling all over the place again. I must warn the others quickly.
At least the place is safe for now. Before I forget, I need your help with something. The Endman said you're super familiar with this area. Is there any place that looks particularly impressive?
I actually could have taken you to quite a few places, if you'd come earlier. But now, everything here has been wrecked by anchor shockwaves and Angelos attacks. Even my favorite spots have changed completely. The mining spot, watchtower, and the plaza. Granny said there used to be a great Originium oak here, and it was a beautiful sight. We want to restore this place to its former glory, but I don't know how long that would take.
Your name is Alia, right? This is for you.
What is this?
It's just paint. I wanted to use it for a painting and ordered plenty of cans. You can have one. Just picture how this place would look after it's rebuilt. Mining trucks cruising along the roads, tower cranes swiveling about, and glittering Originium crystals showering the entire place with reflected light. When that happens, just use this can of paint and draw that beautiful looking oak.
Sure. Thank you for the gift. Now that you've mentioned reflections from Originium crystals, it reminds me of a place that might interest you.
Oh,
Okay.
tell me about it.
The Cradle of the Ages. That's where the Endmen fought and defeated a giant Angelos. Although none of us witnessed the fight, that moment definitely deserves to be immortalized.
A giant Angelos? Would that be the Triangelos? Endman,
Okay.
take me over there, please. And you gotta tell me what happened back then. Give me as many details as you can.
The Cradle.
Alright.
That's also where we're going to perform a ceremony. We should go there together. I'll lead the way.
The shockwaves made these cracks, right?
Yeah. The disaster really messed up our homes. Nevertheless, we shall rebuild.
to try wooling food.
It's not something to be scared of. After passing away, life becomes a breeze of wind. We shall reunite with those who left us.
Alright, we're almost there.
We have decided to hold our ceremony here. We hope a day will come when the new sapling mends the scars suffered by these lands. It will surely...
Endman, look there. Those are the kids who played games with us.
Everyone's praying and saying farewell to their fallen friends. Let us ease the sadness away and keep them close in our memories. The living shall carry on and bear the burden of nostalgia and dreams.
Thank goodness you came here in time, Endman. Who knows what would have happened otherwise?
Yeah, Tata did help us out afterwards, okay.
Tata. My baby bot protected everyone.
Why is everyone so quiet? Mom, Dad, where did you go? Do you see these lights? They were once part of a really, really tall tree. Mom and Dad are just like the tree. They went to another world, but left these pretty little lights behind. These lights shall protect you, just as they protect this Originium sapling.
I got a secret to share. Once the mines are rebuilt, Miss Alia will draw a giganormous Originium oak on the wall over there. Miss Alia has a can of super bright paint. She can definitely draw a tree sparkling with lights, just as beautiful as these. When she starts painting, you'll help her complete the drawing, and then you'll grow up nice and well underneath the new Originium oak. Okay?
Okay!
Endman, I've decided what to draw. Our next stop will be the Ether test site.
Okay. Time to go to the power plateau then.
This rift, this is where Tata...
Yvonne, are you alright?
Me? I'm A-okay, Endman. Let's go.
Endman, Yvonne.
Alright, we got Crow there.
Professor Crow, how are things over here?
We're making good progress, thanks to you and Tata. There are a few disturbances here and there, but we're looking at a bright future.
I guess the UW hasn't changed a bit. The battlefield is barely cleaned up, yet everyone's already back at work. Anyways, thanks to your efforts and that stash of valuable data, we managed to seal the rift.
We made a major breakthrough in our research. Nothing can be better than that. We still have some data here. I'll send you a copy. Old rules, though. It's classified, so you must follow the UWST procedure.
Ugh, the UW procedure is such a hassle. Fine. I guess I'll talk to Andre about this. There's always a way. Thanks a lot, Professor. This will really help me out. Maybe one day... Tata can be restored.
Restore it?
Greetings! Are you Yvonne the Genius? Can I take a photo with you?
Okay then.
Huh? Genius? Me? A photo with you? Seriously?
I've read a lot of your papers. Professor Crow keeps talking about you. I totally didn't expect to run into the actual you today.
She was never this happy when she worked for me. Sorry to trouble you, Administrator, but please take care of her.
Alright, no trouble at
I
all.
don't know how to say it, but the girl is always a loner. She prefers the company of robots and doesn't really care about the opinions of other people. I used to be worried that she was too isolated, but from what I see now, I think she just lacked a friend who could keep pace with her. Now I feel pretty confident seeing that she's free at being herself. Everyone knows Yvonne is a genius. Plenty of companies tried to recruit her, even before she got her diploma. She first went to the TGCC, but got tired of their relentless pursuit of profit and cost performance indices. She later went to HAS. It only took her 2 days to start complaining about the lack of excitement with her peers. She just couldn't stay there. I wanted to keep her on the team, but her way of doing things really disagreed with the UWST procedure. We argued all the time. There wasn't a single day of peace. She finally told me she wanted to leave. I was actually happy that she was honest about it, but I couldn't bring myself to let her go completely. The prototype project was too important. It was only safe in her hands. So in the end, I had to ask Andre to help.
And then she came to Enfield.
I did ask her afterwards. What's so nice about Enfield that convinced her to stay?
What did she say?
Friends that make me happy. Then I can feel at ease. By the way, Ant-Man, Yvonne mentioned the word restore, right? What happened to Tata really affected her. She never intended to make Tata sacrifice itself to stop the ether. Perhaps Yvonne felt responsible for the robot. But I can see she's not mentally prepared to make another unit herself yet. Can you...
Professor Crow, what are you going on about with the Endman this time? Endman, don't let this old boy mislead you. Let's head back once we finish collecting what we need.
Collecting? Oh,
Yep.
don't you want to share the inspirations for your new work with me?
Not a chance. Well, if you can keep your opinions to yourself, I might consider showing them to you.
Alright, I think I know what that means. I'll just admire the work once it's finished. By the way, Yvonne, have you found more friends that make you happy?
Right here all along. Time to go, Endman. I simply can't wait to finish my work.
Alright. Let's see. This is almost over. We can go back to the graffiti. Surely this is almost done.
Crow. The dude's pretty busy and doesn't have time to keep his eyes on us. We'll finish the final part of the graffiti and get out of here before Mr. Fabian comes back.
Okay.
I finished the painting, but it lacks the final breath of life. It's not perfect enough. I think... it's missing something. What do you think, Endman?
Okay. Something she wants to scream.
Endman.
Okay. What is she gonna do now?
Join me. We got one last place to visit. Endman, let's go underground. We got a super beautiful ice cream store there. I was just joking with you. Treat this as a nice walk with me.
Now we got trouble on our hands.
Wait, I see UWST crewmates. Did something happen?
Yvonne, and the Endman? Why are you here? A few Angoloi busted their way onto the underground production floors. We don't know how many ruckbuggers there are.
Angoloi? Since we're going down there anyways, my mini bombtails will take care of them for you.
Shouldn't we wait for a while? UW reinforcements are arriving soon.
Come on, stop being so wishy-washy. Things will get a lot worse if the Angoloi start breaking apart the machinery downstairs.
Okay, let's go there.
Heard that? That's Spake, the Administrator. Leave your problems in our capable hands and worry no longer.
Then we should stay in touch. I'll notify our security bureau that you're heading down.
All right, Endman. Time for a cleanup job.
Okay, let's head on over.
Frosty Bitey is prepped. Let's go, Endman. Great. Now, stay really close and try not to get
for
lost.
a really long trip?
So now I'm gonna change it to the setup. Okay. I'll just use this setup then.
It's so dark. Endman, over here. Let me turn on the lights. And Yvonne said, let there be light.
Okay.
What do you think? Much better, right? Finally back. I worked here before I got my own lab. Professor Crow divvied out that assembly module for me. Funding was pretty scarce, so we had to make do with second-hand machines. But don't belittle them. Plenty of new UWST tech came from here. Your tools don't matter much. As long as you got the vision and technique, you can paint the perfect work. Now I'm itching to head to the lower floors for more inspirations. This is it. Time to finish our magnum opus. Just like before. Huh? That alarm light has been activated. intruders might be over there. Endman, we should let Frosty Bitey scout the way for us. Endman, it's those Frosty Bitey. Who wants to float? Ice sculptures of Angeloy. Say, they actually look pretty cute when they're not trying to attack anyone. Now's our chance to take them out. Stick together, people! Yeah! That's right. Look at these big. Unfortunately, the UW style focus.
Honestly, I'm just gonna skip through this.
Oh, the road is
I'm
out.
not really all that
Endman,
interested.
I think we need to find. Okay, that's. What were we saying again? Oh, the road is out. Endman, I think we need to find a detour. Hey, look! I think we can get across from here. Feel free to hold my hand if you're scared. Watch your step, Endman. Try not to fall off. Come on over. Let's take a look at the sitch inside.
Oh, it's just another one of these. Okay.
Alrighty. Let's just follow the goods. Ooh, so this is how things on a production line see the world.
It's just, I mean, it doesn't help how the voice acting is a bit scuffed, man. It's not the worst thing ever, but it's not exactly great either. And then the voice acting just kind of makes it worse.
That's the elevator. We can use it to leave this room. We can... Oh! That's it! Over there! We can head out by the production line output port.
Oh, they put an invisible wall there. I can't go there.
We've crossed the finish line! Phew-wee! Time for an elevator ride!
I mean, like, you can kind of hear it for yourself.
Too long. Access is locked. We need to restart the control panel and...
Like, I'm not blaming the voice actors, I'm blaming the voice director.
I think they changed the activation command. Endman, can you help me look for it?
Like, the voice direction is bad. And it just makes it worse. Like, it's really not all that interesting. It's kind of just... yeah. Nah. The big brain way to do it if you really want them is just buy them the day after. Oh shit, I thought did I push the skip button or did I exit out? Ugh. I was trying to like just skip through it because like, eh. It's pain. It's a pain.
Frosty Bitey is prepped. Tweety Bomb, let's go, Edmund. Great. Now, stay really close and try not to get lost. Data sync complete.
The voice direction is bad. The voice is fine, but the direction is bad. So it's like when you listen to it, it's just like, what the fuck? The plot is pretty boring and meh.
It's so dark.
The voice direction is bad,
Over
though.
here. Let me turn on the lights. And Yvonne said, let there be light.
I guess I could say inconsistent, but like, yeah.
What do you think? Much better, right? Finally back. I worked here before I got my own lab. Who wants to float? Ice sculptures of Angeloy. Say, they actually look pretty cute when they're not trying to attack anyone. Now's our chance to take them out. Oh, the road is out. Endman, I think we need to look. I think we can get across from here. Feel free to hold my hand. Watch your step, Endman. Try not to fall off. Come on over. Let's take a look at the sitch inside. Alrighty. Let's just follow the goods.
Yeah.
Ooh, so this is how things on a production line see the world.
The hell is it, this freaking invisible wall placement?
That's the elevator. We can use it to leave this room. We can... Oh! That's it! Over there! We can head out by the production line output board. Hey. We've crossed the finish line! Yoo-wee! Time for an elevator ride! This big fella has been abandoned for weight.
And then it puts you in like the slow walk here. Like I know I can see where the thing is.
Why are we playing music, Endman?
Why is it pointing me
Haven't
there?
heard this song in quite a while. The music just spiked my hacking efficiency.
Like it's
Nicely
just
done.
These metallic chassis share similar dimensions to Frosty Bitey. Yvonne prepped these for you? Turns out she really cares.
Did Yvonne forget to clean out this stuff?
Ooh, you're back! I've acquired controls of the elevator. Do you hear that? There are enemies up ahead. Tweety Bomb, get ready. Shh, keep it down. The Angeloy are blocking. Aha! A lone little pest. Patrol clear! Now! Awesome! Job done! Woohoo! This cleanup work is pretty exhausting. Let's go through that door carefully.
yeah. I went under it on purpose because it doesn't do anything.
Someone is cruising for bruising.
Wait, that doesn't apply the thingy? Oh, whatever.
That's We're getting closer to our destination. At the double.
So we just jump in and out here. Whatever.
I made all these designs when I arrived at the UWST. How long has it been? Some hardware's pretty worn. Success! Time to press on. Ah, another road is out. How dare the Angloid party here without my permission? Is this the warehouse? Stick together, people! Benjamin, you okay out there? Need some help?
Got quite a few things on my hands right now.
Try to hang in there. I'm counting on you. I'm here. Try to hang in there. Oh my goodness! You're far more Slowly, slowly. Great! It's working. The road is complete. Endman, it's time to go. All right, little ones. Time to fly again.
Okay.
Last one.
Well, I like. Okay. So them fell off and then
Fantastic.
they're fine.
We made it across. What is that?
Yvonne, is this a component for Tata?
Yeah. I never expected them to keep it here. Okie dokie. Let's get out of here. This inspiration-seeking journey is nearing its end. Yay! Endman, what about you? This Angelos is enormous! How? Endman, Frosty and I will assist you. Let's do this together. You can't escape gravity! Yeah! Giant! One power shot! Picture it! You
Alright, they're dead.
The Angeloid party is fun. This place. It still looks the same. Decrypting the ether.
Alright, let me
I disqualified.
grab this one.
Oh, that. That's right. This is where I first started. It's time ready to head up. Good. Let's get go.
Alright, we got out of there.
They're coming back up!
Alright, they're gonna finish it now.
Was Tata scared? Before it was gone? If I had been better, maybe it...
Tata was smiling. Like this.
Stop making that face! Tata doesn't smile like that! Sorry, Endman. I actually thought about drawing Tata when the paints arrived.
Okay. And then we skip.
Tata uploaded some data at the moment of the explosion.
We got more barrels there. Oh, there's 4 days left in the patch. Okay. Then there's these things. I guess I need to do the re-crisis things here.
Prepped and primed. Let's hit it.
I'll do each of them once. Alright, then it goes into phase 3. Alright, that one's dead. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother doing the other 2 levels. Just the first one. Because that's all I need for the mission on the battle pass there. Alright, let's dodge. And then now it can transform. Oh, damn it. And the piece of shit went up in the air. Alright. Got that thing dealt with. What else is left? Complete operator thing. Okay, gotta get that thing done. Energy alluvium here. I haven't done the one at Power Plateau. Alright, let's get this one done. Alright. We'll put intellect and fracture, I think. Wait. Okay. Just gotta wait for all the things here to die. Okay. That's another mission there done. Did it get counted? Wait, where's the pass thing? Oh, here. Okay. Alright, gotta get all of these things done.
I hate trouble.
Alright, then we gotta get this stuff done. Alright, we'll do it one more time. Got 2 more of those done. Anything else here? And then I guess we can switch to that one Enfield React. And then we'll just quickly do a couple things and do it night at best, and then we end off, I guess. I guess I should probably unlock some of the stages here.
Prepped and primed.
Because I'll eventually need to get them done. Or farmed out. For stuff. Okay.
I hate fools who like to microman. I offer today's style. And with my prayers, I shall also lift up those who have gone astray.
I need to level up one more time.
I hate fools who like to micromanage. Thank goodness you're not one of them.
Over here, Edmund!
Yeah, level up Arrow.
So, this, and follow up with this.
So all of these missions are done. All of that's done. All of the event missions are done. All of those are done. All that's left are these guide stages. that eventually I'll have to do. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably get them done while I do one of the React things. Alright, let me just switch the source. Alright. Guess we got stuff here. What the hell is this? I am a vibe coder. Here's some embarrassing information. Please don't bully me. Damn. Okay. Cloud Code wiped your production database with Terraform command. They took down Data Talks Club platform for 2.5 years of submissions, homework projects, and leaderboards. Automated snapshots were gone too. Damn. That's crazy. Basically skill issue, yeah, pretty much. Alright, let's see. Here, DPS checks with timers or gotcha slop keep them out of Endfield.
Tension recently as Hypergriff's strongest warrior that Arknights Endfield's endgame is receiving some
Its endgame sucks, either way.
Specifically, some people whose motives may or may not be in good faith are begging on their hands and knees for Hypergriff to delete modes like Umbral Monuments and replace it with the DPS check with a timer type endgame
No
mode.
thanks.
Now listen, I know intellectually and spiritually that we have to suppress our egos and listen to people with different perspectives, but I have to be honest on this one, okay? When I heard people legitimately asking for the interesting and somewhat unique endgame modes we have in Endfield to be replaced with a DPS check with a timer at the top of the screen,
I mean, I find all of them kind of boring. I'd rather them be like a joke and just be like, whatever. This is always gonna be shit. Exactly.
I had this very raw and primal reaction. I think my cortisol levels spiked, my pupils dilated, I felt my breath catch in my throat.
Like, I'd rather not have any at all than whatever they put
back
in.
when they noticed their tribe was being hunted
I
by
just
saber-tooth
do not
tigers
care.
and they had to fight off the pack with nothing but a rock and a sharp stick. Needless to say, I think DPS checks with timers at the top of the screen are uninspiring content. The quintessential gotcha slot.
Yep.
Endfield's current endgame modes might not be perfect right now, and we can get into that in a little bit,
I'd
but a
rather
DPS
just
check
have
with a
none.
timer is not the answer. And there are several reasons for that. The first comes down to the holy grail of game design, and that's player freedom. Right now, Umbral Monuments presents you with a combat encounter alongside some unique modifier, and you have 10 minutes total to beat the encounter. The DPS check bourgeoisie would advocate that a strict timer forces the player to learn quote-unquote proper DPS rotations in order to
Yeah, I don't want to
beat the
play
encounter in
freaking
time, and
Pepega
here's my answer to that.
rotations. Honestly, it's just like not that interesting. Like, it's just not, man.
Okay, there's nothing stopping you from doing this, whether the timer is 10 minutes or 2 minutes. I would like to pose this question. Would a game like Elden Ring be a better game if they gave you a 2-minute timer to DPS check every boss? Because
No.
similarly, you can optimize your damage in Elden Ring. You can hunt down all the best spells and the best items, and you can watch videos on meta builds, and you can spend 10 minutes outside the boss door applying buffs so that when you walk in, you one-shot the boss. You can do that. You can also equip 2 great swords, and you can pick an 80 strength, 80 vigor stat split, and beat the game by jump attacking every enemy. You have the freedom to approach the game however you like. If you want, you can have a battle of attrition where you memorize the boss attack patterns, and you can have a 10-minute fight, and that can be super exhilarating and rewarding. And on the other side, you can blitz the boss with DPS and not mess around with any of that.
Right, it's like you saw the game I was playing yesterday. What would you rather do? The shit I was playing yesterday on stream or the crap that you see in these gacha games, man?
Stuff, not bother with attack patterns or dodging or anything, and you can beat the game that way. Umbral Monument 10-minute timer I think works the same way. It's the same principle of game design. You can spend, you know, several runs all this time learning how to perfect dodge the boss's attacks. You can equip 2 healers if you want to and just have
I
a
just
long
want to get
battle
through
of
it as
attrition.
quickly as
Or you can
possible and not
memorize your
deal with
DPS
it.
rotations and blitz the enemy with DPS, and you can clear it that way. The game design gives players the freedom to be creative and develop their own preferred path to victory, which I think is always going to be better foundational game design than game devs grabbing you by your throat and telling you that you will play the game a certain way.
Oh, for
I think
sure.
you can look at Honkai Star Rail or Wuthering Waves character design, and in those games, characters are designed in such a way that the devs are clearly handcrafting the experience and what your team comps are supposed to be and which characters are supposed to be used together.
Yeah, I
and
don't
there's not
wanna
really room
deal with
for
it.
player creativity in anything from builds to team comps to DPS rotations. And if you try to color outside the lines on these things, or if God forbid you don't pull the full premium 5-star team, then you're going to be severely punished by the lack of synergies. And these can still be really fun games, don't get me wrong. Like the Steelman, the upside to a handcrafted experience like that is that it can actually be very enjoyable if you have all the pieces to the puzzle. But if you look at the freedom provided by the relaxed timer on Umbral Monuments, I think it's always going to be better because it means the player can get creative, they can try off meta builds, they can do unique builds, they can come up with unique team comps, and they can do that without being severely punished by the timer. And the hallmark of player freedom, which is what we see in Umbral Monuments, for example, is that you lose nothing by having multiple options. You only gain more options and more ways to approach the game. So you can still pull that full 6-star synergistic team comp, and you can blitz the combat encounter in 90 seconds if you want to. So at the end of the day, you can still pull that 6-star synergistic team comp and blitz the combat encounter in 90 seconds if you really wanted to. And I think with all that being said, if the only way you can then derive enjoyment from the end game is with the knowledge that other players are failing for not playing the same way that you are, then I just can't really can't understand that point of view. I would need help understanding why that's like.
I mean, it's like, I don't like the combat, I don't like the end game either way. There's like no way they can fix it, so it's just like, I don't give a shit. Because like, it's just not gonna change. But like, yeah. It is what it is.
It's like that's good game design. To me, it just comes off as extremely cynical and like a false sense of accomplishment if you can only be satisfied knowing that the devs have forced everyone into one specific approach to the game mode, and other players are failing if they aren't doing it in the exact same way as you are. And it seems like a very hollow achievement, especially considering that you just pay for power and gacha games.
You pay for power to get garbage amounts of premium currency back. It's a fucking scam. You're just paying to lose, if you think about it.
Anyway, which means that it essentially just comes down to swiping your credit hard enough to build that complete team of characters so you can memorize those button presses that you need to,
you pay to get
hit in order to
scammed.
master your DPS rotation. Because when the point of the game mode is a DPS check and you're paying for DPS, it comes off as a little hollow. That's the only metric at which we're using to pass these game modes. And that leads into another reason why I'm a DPS check with a timer at the top of the screen's biggest op, and that's because DPS check endgames encourage and facilitate power creep way more.
So they
I
can
think this
sell
one is
the next thing
self-explanatory,
further.
but these DPS check endgames, that's literally all there is to the mode. The devs just spawn some enemies in an empty room and you have to beat them in 2 minutes. So how can the devs possibly make that harder or different over time? Well, they're just going to increase enemy HP and then increase the character damage multipliers. Sometimes they'll make enemy mechanics that require certain characters a la Genshin and Star Rail, and these aren't even real mechanics. They're just, you know, if you have X character in your team, you win type mechanics. But it's just like simple math, right? If you have a 10-minute timer to beat something and that's forcing a DPS check, power creep would result in like these massive jumps in HP values, whereas a 2-minute DPS check means that devs can inch forward bit by bit, simply because like damage per second across a larger amount of time results in more damage and more health, right? And in a game mode where the point is to do DPS, that is the only mechanism through which devs can change the game mode in any way. That is the only thing that you're engaging with is DPS, health pools, and damage multipliers. And sometimes, like in WUA, for example, those DPS checks can feel so strict that I don't even get to engage with enemies anymore. I don't even bother trying to dodge or
Because
parry.
like, that's just the reality. There's no point. You're better off just spamming all your damage out, push all the buttons, and you're done. There's no point. But then it's like, why even bother anymore?
Because that's just a loss of DPS. All I do is just mash my keyboard as fast as I possibly can to complete DPS rotations. It's fun. It'd be fun to play those teams, but
Not really.
you lose out on some things. You lose out on being able to like engage with the enemy. Now, when you have a longer timer and there's more freedom to approach a combat encounter from different directions, how can the devs make things interesting if they're not just relying on increasing HP pools and damage modifiers? That question leads into the next reason, and that is that a longer timer allows for devs to create more interesting enemy designs and combat encounters and gameplay modifiers beyond just spawning some enemies in an empty room and telling you to kill them in a certain amount of time. Take, for example, this encounter with Umbral Monuments with the beetle monsters, where they're just constantly charging around all over the place. And there's a unique modifier on the stage where once you defeat one of them, the other one gains increased stats and constant healing over time. So the solution to this modifier is to defeat the enemies at the same time so you can avoid this mechanic. And first of all, if this was a 2-minute DPS check, you couldn't have enemy design like this. You could not design enemies that move around this much and require you to dodge this many charges or try to manipulate their charges in such a way to actually spend time doing so.
I mean, wait, no, you can make it work. You can. I mean, remember the game I was literally playing the past 3 days? The boss fights weren't that long. I think the longest boss, like, the longest, except for like the multi-phase ones, a lot of them were like done in like 2 minutes or so. And I was doing all sorts of shit. Regardless. Dodging everything, destroying shields, grouping enemies together and everything. And then like doing everything, like freaking bullet hell shit. All in a 3D hack and slash game. It's doable. But not with how these games are structured. It's just never gonna work. Yeah, they always make them move around, and then like they also just spread them out, and then they also just make it so like they don't spawn in all at once, and then they spawn them in waves, and then they spread them out when they spawn them, so it's just so tedious. Like for me, in a lot of these games, I just find any and all combat encounters just a chore. And then they do it to select character they group them. It's just a massive chore. It's just like, eh.
So you can get them into the same spot.
So I really want to.
Waste and Rua, and how everyone crashes the fuck out anytime an enemy takes 3 steps to the left. It's an instant reset. And you also couldn't have a modifier where an enemy gets increased stats and healing like this in a 2-minute DPS check mode. Because again, that's just an instant loss and reset. You can't fit that into such a small amount of time. But actually, guess what? You can brute force this healing mechanic if you have a cracked team comp and DPS rotation, which is the main selling point of a 2-minute DPS check endgame mode, is mastering DPS rotations. And you can also approach it like I did the first time when I beat this, which was why I actually looked at the patterns of how the beetles were charging, and I tried to manipulate their movements so that they would stop their charges in the same spot, and then I could do DPS to them at the same time, and then I'd repeat that cycles a few times until they were both 1 HP and I could finish them off. Or another strategy is that you could DPS the beetles down one at a time and disregard grouping entirely and just try to get them to both 1 HP and try and get them both to 1 HP before committing to the kills. But then this approach had the weakness of making it so that you had to constantly avoid attacks from one enemy while you were trying to DPS the other because you hadn't bothered to sync up their charges and DPS windows. So there's multiple strategies that you can employ in this fight. There's multiple ways to approach it, and some of those literally involve mastering DPS rotations. Like understanding your team's DPS is still going to be crucial to passing these modes, but there's creativity and freedom there that doesn't exist in a strict spawn enemies in an empty room.
Yeah, I still don't find this enjoyable, man. I find the combat a chore either way. Let me go back to dealing with the other stuff instead. Right, I'm supposed to be able to craft and build, but why can't that get incorporated there?
DPS check. And from that example, you know, we can see there's mechanics or boss designs that are just not congruent with strict timers. Another example, if you look at this armored boss from Umbral Monuments, there's this whole mechanic where you need to dodge around and wait for this weak point to appear, and then you can DPS that down, and then you can have another bigger window to do more damage to the boss.
Yeah.
There's also attacks that this boss does, like the big cone attack that requires you to move out of the AoE. And there's phases where you have to actually engage with the enemy attacks, where you have to actually learn the attack patterns and figure out the timing on these
I mean, you don't really have to.
attacks and how to dodge them so that you can get to the actual DPS phase. Honestly, it's a little more reminiscent of like Elden Ring boss fights to me, because that fight is set up in a way where the boss is attacking you and you know it's their turn to be attacking, and then you get your opening and you know it's your turn to do damage, and it's just rinse repeat until you win. This is in contrast to the strict DPS timers where you're actively punished for engaging with enemies, and the only thing you really care about is if some attack animation causes them to move around too much and ungroup, which usually results in an instant reset. And from the implementation of the weak point mechanic, you can see how the devs are able to creatively introduce a requirement for learning proper DPS rotations, because you have a small window to actually break the weak point. So you need to be able to manage resources like ultimates and skill points in preparation for that phase, and then use them appropriately to break the weak point during your damage window. Or at the very least, you need to understand your team's synergies and buffs and combo skills and stuff like that. So I think this is obvious how this kind of game design is more interesting and more engaging than simply spawning enemies in an empty room and telling you to smash your keyboard as fast as you can to do DPS to them inside the time limit. And this example shows how creative game design can also incorporate the one strength of strict DPS time limits by using enemy mechanics to require knowledge of team synergy and a proper DPS rotation, with that mechanic of requiring a strong DPS inside of a certain window. I think the 10-minute timer actually even makes this more fun, because there's actually room for failure and then clutching up a fight, because if you fail to DPS properly inside this window, the boss will get more aggressive, and then you need to spend time dodging more attacks and wait for another chance to have another DPS window. So it actually adds more tension and opportunity for clutching and adaptation, rather than just pressing the pause button and resetting the run after you miss the DPS check. Alright y'all, with all that being said, I think we should be focusing feedback regarding endgame on more replayability. And I think that's where the current weakness of Enfield's game modes are right now. True replayability is where you can jump into the game and you want to play a game mode simply for the love of the game, and perhaps to slowly grind some sort of like reward or upgrade structure. I've heard one CC say that DPS checks with timers are replayable game modes because you'll just play the fight over and over again trying to get better clear times. And I've been playing gacha games for many years now, and I have never once in my life done that or had the slightest desire to do that, and I don't think the majority of players do either. I think it can be fun
just grab the reward
the first time to get your rewards, but I have never desired to replay a deep
I mean, if I'm just doing it for rewards, that's no longer because I want to play it because I want to play it. That's just a chore, if I'm gonna be honest.
DPS check where they just drop enemies in an empty room. I think it's deeply lacking in ambition and deeply out of touch to just implement a DPS check game mode and say that we've achieved replayability and call it a day. Especially again, considering that you just pay for DPS in these games anyway. Replayability comes in the form of multiplayer co-op, procedurally generated stages, and free earnable cosmetics tied to these game modes. I will forever keep asking for free earnable cosmetics, seeing as how much they charge per character in these games. So co-op creates replayability because it introduces randomness. Your human teammates will behave and play differently in every game. If there are different characters and team comps and character builds and stuff like that, then players will play even more differently and make each run feel unique. Procedural generation works the same way because the map layout, enemy spawns and stuff like that will be random and create unique feeling runs. And for example, I think Vtuber's Salvage, the extraction mode, has a lot of potential for replayability if they essentially take it in the direction of like an Elden Ring Night Rain type game where you drop into the map with your team, or solo if you want, I guess, and you wander around the map picking up loot and upgrades and fighting some challenging bosses, fighting some enemies, and then at the end you can fight an even more challenging boss with your team, and then you can extract with your loot. If you look at games like War,
I mean, I don't really like Vtuber Salvage. I did it like a few times, but part of it is because I'm still dealing with Enfield combat and stuff. So it's just like, oh, well, I still have to do this. So it's just like, eh.
Warframe, Destiny 2, Elden Ring Night Rain, this structure allows for a lot of true replayability. And right now, Vtuber Salvage has a lot of weaknesses. It's just, right now, it's just a one and done mode that will receive expansions and updates every now and then. But once you've explored the map and gotten the chest and gotten all the rewards, you're kind of done with it. I mean, I thought it was fun to do that the first time, but it's a one and done mode. It's also really, really easy. I think there should be more challenge. I think that extraction gameplay loop can be a very fun loop of, you know, going in, exploring, finding materials, finding enemies, extracting, getting upgrades, going back in. That stuff can all be really fun. I think there needs to be some challenge to it. There needs to be some risk reward forward to it. I really think that Edge Space Salvage, it could essentially work similarly to Elden Ring Night Rain, which in my opinion is the gold standard for replayability, because the game doesn't even use any cheap dopaminergic reward structures or upgrade structures to keep you playing. When you log into Night Rain, it's simply for the love of the game, and it's because the Elden Ring combat formula is just so incredibly strong, and then the cooperation between your teammates is so satisfying, and there's enough challenge in the mode where overcoming those challenges feels extremely gratifying. So you're really just logging in for the fun of the game. Every single run is just fun to do. But maybe you don't like the Edge Space Salvage idea. Y'all are creative, you can come up with your own ideas. Honestly, I think the main thing we need to do is just tell the devs that we want true replayable content with free earnable cosmetics, and then it's their job to come up with the fun game mode. That's why they're getting paid, and I'm doing this shit for free.
Okay.
All right, as always, let me know your thoughts down below in the comments. I always like hearing from y'all. If you disagreed with anything I said or you have other ideas, just...
And that's all they have there. Okay. I mean, for me, it's just, I don't find it all that interesting or enjoyable. I just want to get it done as quickly as possible and move on. That's just me, though. But yeah. Okay, what else is here that's like interesting to just grab off here? There's like too much shit here. Yeah, Google killing Android, that's their the thingy that they want. What do you mean mythic talents on fire? What do you mean? I don't really pay attention to a lot of the crap that goes on. Why, what happened? Do I just look him up here or something? Alright, top. Okay, so they parted ways with Asmon? Okay. I didn't even know Asmon was with Mythic Talent. I thought he had his like own organization or whatever. I didn't know he had something to do with Mythic Talent. I had no clue. They have mutually parted ways. So, okay. Talent leaves Mythic silently. Grimmy comes out with her account of sponsorship cuts. Gets a majority payout of the sponsor while Mythic gets a cut for negotiating. Grimmy later calls sponsor and finds out what the real offer was higher. Oh. Oh, Mythic is like, the way they're handling sponsors are... Okay. I see. I see. And then they terminated with Tectone, of course. They just added CUU, but then there's the other thing. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like I don't follow all that shit. They came out with a post an hour ago, I see. Alright, let me go switch to doing Night Abyss stuff. Damn, the Wet Night Abyss is super dead. Alright, let me get the client booted up. I need to just like finish like a couple Mystic Maze runs. Yeah, it's just super dead, man. I just need to finish a bunch so I can get the wedges or whatever. You're farming gelatin? Okay. Yeah. Alright, let me just wait for it to boot up. Wait. And then I need to restart it, of course. Yeah, just AFK exploration, man. Just AFK it. Alright, let me just get the thing booted again. But yeah. I need to eventually work on refarming a bunch of that stuff. So I basically farmed 200 of each Covenanter wedge. You know, so I can make 4 plus 10s of every one of those wedges for every element now. I just need to do the secret letters so I can craft them. I have them all done. So I just need to craft them, basically. I need to get the secret letters done so I can craft them. I'm pretty sure I have right now. Oh, don't worry. I use the macro to AFK farm all of it. Do you think I'm gonna freaking manually farm all that garbage? Hell nah. Oh yeah, I know. That's just what exploration AFK farming is for. Probably. Who knows? Oh wait, are they done? Look at this. Look at this shit. These are all the wedges for Umbro. Those are all the Umbro wedges. I got 40 of them. I'm gonna slowly work on the other ones. I'm gonna work on the Pyro one next, after. But I need to get the secret letters done. But yeah. It just says own 40. I mean, the Scorch ones, if I ever, yeah. 2 million coins for each, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got most of the important stuff done and dealt with. Most of the events are just like so meh that they're not worth doing though. Like I saw this event and I'm just like, should I even bother? Because like, this is not all that much. Like what they give. And I'm just like, eh. Do I even care? And the answer is just no. It's just like, why do I even bother? I didn't even bother, man. How long does it take? If it takes more than like half an hour, that's too long. Like honestly, if it takes more than half an hour, you're better off just farming the materials yourself. Because you can get it done in less than half an hour. I say. You know what? I guess I can put some of them as like background noise for this shit. You know what's funny? They have like a content creator program for Do It Night Abyss, but it's just like, what the fuck are they even gonna do with it? It's been dead for the past 7 months. Or has it been 8 months now? It's just been dead the entire time. I don't even know what's the point. I see. So you use Lisbel. Okay. I mean, I have a pretty stacked Lisbel, I guess. Mine has like 4k attack. My Lisbel is stacked. Alright, I'll just put one of these as a background noise at this point. Because I gotta do a bunch of Mystic Mazes. This thing is whatever, it doesn't matter. I know this one, it's because of the tariff thing. They're trying to get the tariff money back, but like Nintendo's not gonna readjust the prices after the fact. They're gonna keep them where they are. They just want to pocket the money back. I mean, a bunch of other companies are doing it too, so it is what it is. It's just whatever. Marathon is a bad game in a worse game. Okay, in a worse genre.
It's over. It's never been so over. And I don't mean it's over for Bungie, although that's probably true. And I don't even mean it's over for video games, although that might also be true, but it's just over in general. Because people are actually playing and enjoying this game. This game that obviously looks terrible. Because the game is terrible, and everyone knew it was going to be terrible long before it came out. That's why they had to delay the game. And now that the game is actually out, nothing has changed. It hasn't gotten any better. People's standards have just gotten so much lower.
Yep.
Now, I'm not saying the game's insanely popular, because it definitely isn't. In fact, it had a lower peak player count than High Guard, the greatest game ever made, which is now dead. Let us all mourn its death.
Oh yeah, High Guard goes EOS in like what, 4 days?
Soon. But Marathon is currently sitting at very positive reviews, and 91% are positive, with an average player count of 40,000 on Steam, which isn't a ton, but it's respectable. And this is for a game, I'm not gonna say it's worse than High Guard, but I had less fun, and it's definitely uglier, which is saying something, because High Guard's a profoundly ugly game. But this is just offensive. It's offensive to the eyes. It's so bad that it actually disrupts gameplay. The UI is some of the worst I've ever seen. Go ahead, tell me what your health bar is. I'm waiting.
I don't know.
I'm sure some of you found it, but it's not the big square there, you know, the thing that's colored red like every other health bar in any game ever.
Then what is it?
Green. How about any color at all? The game has no problem putting colors everywhere else. Neon this, neon that. It's hideous. Makes you want to vomit. But the UI, something that should stick out to the eye, can't have any color at all. You can barely see it. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, though. I've got a little too excited. What are we actually talking about here? This is Marathon. Bungie, you know, that Bungie, Halo, Destiny. I mean, one of those was a good series. A little too harsh. Destiny was playable at some points. But the point is, Bungie was respectable. Not anymore, because I'm sure anyone who made that company great no longer works there. And as a result, we get the visual vomit that is their new game, Marathon. An extraction shooter like Tarkov or Arc Raiders. A game where you start with with nothing, you enter your little battle royale zone, you run around collecting random garbage, trying to kill or avoid being killed by other players, and once you've collected enough, you extract out of the area and sell your loot to improve for next time. If you're older than I am, you're probably wondering, what does any of this have to do with Marathon, a game series Bungie came up with in the 90s?
Can I collect RAM?
None of this is reminiscent
That
of
could
those
be useful
games.
if you could
A
collect
trilogy
RAM.
of boomer shooters with actual style and substance. You'll find none of that here. In fact, I have no idea why they even want us to be reminded of it in the first place. It's not like anyone's particularly nostalgic about those games. They don't have a huge fan base. Have we just completely run out of ideas that we're stealing everything from anything for any reason? I'm not saying the Marathon games are bad or anything. I'm just saying if you were gonna make another Marathon game, you'd think it would be a Marathon game, not just slapping the IP on some other random genre, because the IP doesn't really hold any weight. At the very least, you think they could have stolen the art style, because the game looks far more like System Shock 1, except a lot more terrible, because at least System Shock 1 was consistent in its neon, hyper-saturated colors. With this game, you get ugly, saturated buildings with generic Unreal Engine ground. Hyper-realism does not mix with your cartoon colors and your cube buildings. It just looks unfinished. This is a test map. It looks like CP Orange, the greatest TF2 map ever made, but not what I want in my high-budget AAA video game. Now, what I want to say is this wouldn't be so bad if it didn't also affect the gameplay, but the reality is this is so bad. This should be enough to make you not want to play the game, but as just an extra bit of feces in the pie, it also affects the gameplay. There's a reason why video games make your health bar bright green or bright red. It's because your eye is drawn to highly saturated colors. And your health is important. You want to know what it is, especially when it gets low. Then games tend to do the opposite for background elements. They are low saturation because they're not important. You want characters to stand out against the background. This game, it does the complete opposite. The background is extremely bright. You're getting flash banged by every cube building, and then your health blends into the ground because it's basically transparent. I didn't even know what it was at first because I thought there's no possible way a UI element as important as your health could be this white bar you can barely see. The name of the game here is Visual Clarity. Visual Clarity doesn't even exist in this game. I'm gonna give you another example.
Yeah, it's
what do you
very
think
fucked
this
up.
is? What you're looking at right now, what do you think it is? Don't lie to me. I'll tell you what I thought it was. I thought it was a light, like a sci-fi lamp of some kind. Well, if you guessed mine, you know, an explosive, you would somehow be right. Not in 10,000 years of looking at this would I have ever guessed that. And it's not just me. I brought in someone else. I had them look at it. I just asked them, what do you think this is? They didn't even know what I was talking about.
I have no idea.
Damn.
That's a mine.
That's a mine?
Yeah, I'm glad there's another human in chat. Not only does it not look like a mine, it doesn't look like an important element of any kind. I love the excuse, too. The excuse is that other players can place these mines, and they'd be useless if you could see them. The problem isn't that they're hard to see. It's bright red. It's extremely easy to see. The problem is it doesn't look like anything. You know, visuals actually have a purpose. They're supposed to represent something. There is a value in a game being intuitive. Everyone complains about these extremely long tutorials, and you don't need a tutorial if the game is intuitive. When I pick up a sniper rifle, I know exactly what to do no matter what game it is because I've used a sniper before. But if I pick up a shotgun and all of a sudden I'm expected to look down a scope and snipe people, there'd be a problem. It would be unintuitive, and that's how I describe this entire game. It is unintuitive. You have no idea how much effort it took just to get into a game. I mean, just look at these menus on top of menus on top of menus. Every 2 seconds, there's a tutorial in your face preventing you from clicking on what you want to. I get some people like this, but I hate that there's 500 things you have to do just before you can play the game. It's, oh, you have to re-equip everything. Oh, and don't forget this type of equipable. And actually, you have a contract right now, which means you can't equip anything, except sometimes you can. Oh, and you can't play this character in that mode, you can only play this in solos. And how do you even get to solos? Who are you people? Why do you like this? Go work in an office. Go play Microsoft Excel. It's clearly what you want. And how about the 900 reward systems? Oh, you have contracts and contracts on top of contracts and battle passes. Oh, and ranked rewards, except there's no ranked mode. They just call it ranked rewards. And there are multiple different reward tiers and upgrade paths. I couldn't even figure out how to get my ranked rewards. Again, menu on top of menu on top of menu. Where am I supposed to go? What am I supposed to do? I don't care. I want to play the video game.
Yeah, they're making an agenda.
Ignore it, but you can't ignore it because it's a competitive game.
Push for AI
and you'll be at a
slop.
competitive disadvantage, and some guy will just kill you. God forbid you make a game that's, I don't know, just fair, normal fighting games. Every player is on the exact same footing. People like those. They're plenty competitive. The problem is that doesn't protect your ego. When you lose in this, you can always just tell yourself, well, he had better guns than me. He had all the ranked rewards. He just grinded more than I did. And then when you win, that's not what you think. You don't think, well, I just shot him in the back and had a better gun than him. Of course I was going to kill him. No, you think, I'm the GOAT. I'm the greatest. They suck. I rule. Well, that doesn't work for me. I see through the makeup.
I don't think it's the woman being a problem. But yeah, she doesn't play anything. That's the bigger problem. It's just like, what the fuck is she doing there? And I don't think it's necessarily being a woman, but a woman who doesn't do anything and is just like pretending or whatever. That's the problem. And there's a lot of them out there.
I would much rather just have a fair fight. Or at the very least, the game could just be fun. I don't know. I know, crazy thought. Just a video game that you're supposed to have fun rather than a game that is intentionally bad. Like, it's supposed to suck. I just don't get it. It's like, no, man. You gotta understand. You scrounge around like a rat for 50 hours, and then you can buy all of the best guns, only to get shot in the back of the head and immediately lose it all. Isn't that so cool? No, not really. You know, you can just experience this in real life. You can go work a job, buy a Rolex, and then walk around in the city for a while until someone mugs you for it. It doesn't sound like a fun experience to me, but apparently this is something people like. No, but you don't understand, Frogmire. If you steal enough Rolexes and you work your job long enough, you'll have all the best stuff and you'll be the GOAT. And even if you lose your stuff, you'll have 100 in the bank, so you can always be as strong as possible and dominate every other player. Except, is that really fun? Is that really fun to just have no competition at all? And I know the answer is no, because whenever anyone talks about Tarkov, the only thing anyone's ever excited for is the reset, which is when they take away everyone's items and money. Because competitive games are fun because of competition. It works the same even for single player games. People want to overcome something. Cheating is only fun for 30 minutes at most, so the game is only fun while you're scrounging like a rat, and once you have everything, it's not fun anymore. It's the journey, not the destination. The problem is the journey is getting mugged every 30 seconds or playing like a coward, hiding and scrounging only to get shot in the back of the head anyway. And if you do decide to become the mugger yourself, you get a tiny bit of dopamine only to then get jumped by someone else anyway. These games are just a drop the soap simulator. I'm not into it. I like games that are, you know, fun. That's enough yapping about the genre as a whole. This isn't a review of Tarkov. It's a review of Tarkov's very deformed child. I'm just saying, even if the game was good, it would be bad, and it's not good. So that's like bad squared. I just realized we're over halfway through the video, and I didn't even talk about playing the game yet.
It's just bad. It's bad squared.
So what you're actually doing is you get a mission, because there's no reason to play if you're not going to do the missions, since that's the only progression in the game. So you get a mission, you enter your battle royale arena, and you run off to go scan people were happy with the mission. There was one that told me to kill the robots, and those are your PvE enemies. Yeah, it's not like a regular battle royale where the bots are hidden. In extraction shooters, there are explicit AI enemies like any single player game. Now in this, there's no reason to ever engage with them. There are about 1 million of them.
Because it's not just bad, it's bad squared.
And anytime you fight them, you're just gonna get shot in the back of the head. Actually, it's not the AI enemies who do 1 billion damage. It's just you have no health at all. Everything deletes you from existence, which is a great dynamic because healing is insanely slow. A single healing pack, which takes about 10 seconds to fully use, heals you for less health than a single bullet. Yes, one bullet
It's
from a
all
machine gun does more damage than a full health pack. So if you
It's
get
for
in a
squares
single
to play,
firefight,
that's
just
why.
the one where you barely come out alive,
That's why
which
it's
is
all a
every
square
firefight,
cube.
since you have no health, it takes about a minute to fully heal up, and that's playing as the healing character. That's really fun. Is anyone having fun? Oh, but you don't get it. You're supposed to collect all of the money so you can buy the better health packs. Instead of healing you fully in a minute, they heal you fully in 30 seconds when it takes about 2 to die. Do you see what I'm saying? When it's bad on purpose. But people like this. They're like, I hate playing the game. I love hiding in a corner and healing for a full minute. That's my favorite part. Anyway, so you drop down on your big map, you run around ignoring every enemy, and you just run around in circles in the general area the game says your objective is until you see an icon through a wall and you hold E on something. That's the extent of the gameplay. But you know, it makes it exciting because what if someone runs up and shoots you in the back of the head while you're holding E? In fact, I did that. I got a cool new gun. Wasn't it so exciting? I really earned that. Watch as it takes 4.5 hours for the loot to load. And no, that's not lag because the programming was outsourced. This is actually intentional. People like this.
Wait,
it comes straight from Tarkov. It's supposed to simulate you searching through the loot, I guess. Is this actually exciting? It just gives people more opportunity to shoot you in the back of the head. That's just what people want now. No one wants to actually play with each other to have a good match to see who's better. They just want to shoot someone in the back of the head, never interact with them at all.
Yo, claim all button, I
you'll
guess.
teabag them and insult them over proximity chat. You know, in game design, you often have to make sacrifices. Nothing is just objectively good all of the time. What I don't understand here is you're sacrificing the game being responsive, fun to play, and what you're sacrificing it for is intentionally making the game worse. Am I just too old for this? Maybe too young? Is Sucker Punching Simulator just a really interesting concept to people? I don't know. Anyway, back to the gameplay loop. We've successfully completed our mission. We've looted so much that our backpack is full. Not that I have a backpack, because you have to unlock that. It would simply be too much fun to be able to loot things in your looting game. No, you have to suffer. It is supposed to suck if you didn't remember. Well, now we have to extract. And how do we do that? We just look at the map, and there'll be a green thing that says extract on it, and we have to go there. On the way, we just ignore every enemy and every player. There's no reason to fight anyone. Our backpack is full, and you're about 100 times more likely to die fighting the enemies than you are just running away. Not that we really care if we die at this point. The thing is, extracting once you complete the mission doesn't mean anything. You don't have to extract. All you have to do is press E on the thing. If we die, whatever. Sure, we'd lose our money from our loot, but that also doesn't matter because all you use that money on.
Of course, they'll go crazy over the backpack.
Which you then lose later when you get shot in the back of the head. So who cares?
Why wouldn't
so we
he?
make it to the extraction
We need
point,
bigger
and you have to
backpack and
hold
ToF.
E on this thing. Well, of course, before that, we have to wait for someone else to try to hold E on it. And while they're holding E, we kill them because you die in about half a second. So they have no chance as long as you shoot first. Good gameplay, great. Everyone had fun. Once they're dead, we finally hit E on the thing, and then we just wait. Because the game's about waiting. You wait for the loot to load. You wait to hold E on stuff. You just wait. Because waiting's exciting. Remember, you're supposed to get scared.
Yeah, bag
You're
is
like,
full,
what if
yep.
someone kills me? Well, it's a video game. I don't care. So I'll wait and just be bored. Finally, a ring appears around the extraction point, and now we have to stand in the ring and wait. More waiting. At least this time it's only 10 seconds, and you finally escape. Woo, sigh of relief. Wow, I can't believe we got to get away with that. This game's so fun. The game auto sells anything worth money. You get a bunch of experience and 900 different bars that I don't know what any of them do. You turn in your mission if you had one, and now you get to do it all over again, except now you have money. So you can go to the store and you can buy a better gun. Not that it matters. Everyone dies in 2 seconds anyway to being shot in the back of the head, including you. So you're just gonna lose your new gun that you buy. If you can't tell, I don't find the game very compelling. And even if I did, there are just so many barriers to just playing that it wouldn't be worth it. So many menus to go through, and the UI looks so bad. Just so bad. So much waiting, holding E on things. I don't like it. It's about time we talk about performance. Now, if you didn't know, I have a supercomputer, so every game should perform perfectly no matter what. Would you be surprised that that is almost never the case with my modern games, optimization is not even a concept for modern game developers. Marathon, for the most part, right now runs fine. But for the first, I'd say, hour of the game, it was lagging pretty bad. Now, given this was a temporary issue, I assume this is a compiling shaders thing. Once the shaders are compiled, not really a problem anymore. As for loading, that's pretty bad. It's longer than most games, but that's not really the problem. Somehow they have messed up loading screens. I've never seen a game screw that up before. It's a pretty basic thing. We figured it out a really long time ago.
Yep,
You just have a spinning thing of some kind, something to let you know the game is not crashed. Well, that is much too hard for Bungie. Instead, their loading screens is just a black screen. In any other universe, you would assume the game is crashed. No, it's just loading, and they didn't figure to have anything on screen, not even a still image. That would not be good. You'd probably still assume the game crashed, but a black screen? Any other game that's a crash. Anything else. No, that's modern game design. Everything has to be as bad
they're
as
just
possible,
being nice
even
for anyone
worse than
playing
you
on an
could have
OLED
imagined. At no
monitor.
point would I assume the
Don't
loading
worry.
screen would be wrong. How do you even mess that up? Speaking of crashing,
It's for
the
OLED
game
monitor
did
users.
crash one time. Actually, it's not the game that crashed. Marathon crashed my entire computer. That's a new one. That takes some advanced programming skill. Yeah, I tried to open the cash shop. God forbid I try and give them some money. Of course, I wasn't actually going to give them anything. So I wanted it for the review. But no, I couldn't even look at it. Couldn't even attempt to buy anything. It crashed my entire computer. So if you want my opinion on the monetization, I don't know. You'd have to tell me. I assume you can't buy anything that gives you an in-game advantage. Just skins of some kind. And they're all really ugly because the whole game's ugly. Maybe that was actually the plan. You make the characters hideous, forcing people to buy the skins, which don't look so bad, so they don't throw up. That's probably giving them too much credit, though.
Yeah,
The
that's
game's
big
probably
brain.
just bad. All I got to see was a black screen, which, as I said previously, every loading screen is a black screen, so I assumed it was just loading, except it was loading for a really long time, and I couldn't minimize the game. Control-Alt-Delete wouldn't even work. The entire computer gone. Now, if that happened to everybody in every game whenever they tried to enter a cash shop, maybe we live in a better world. Unfortunately, only the Marathon developers could manage this. In conclusion, this game is really bad. I do not like it. I don't even like the kind of game it is. I think the people who like this stuff believe they need to be punished for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know what you did wrong, but in my opinion, games are supposed to be fun. You're supposed to enjoy them. It's a good time. That's why next I'm going to be playing Poketopia. That came out, and as I said, it turned out to be pretty good, apparently. Dragon Quest Builders was a good game, so it's not a big surprise. The video probably won't be out for a while because I'm going to actually try and enjoy this one, unless it's bad, at which point I won't play it for very long. The video will be out very soon. Either way, I'll see you next time.
Okay. How long is this one?
What's up, YouTube? Today we are talking about Fire Red and Leaf Green's re-releases on the Nintendo Switch and Switch 2, and how the glitches work with respect to these re-releases. You've probably seen some stream VODs of me and my old videos showing Fire Red and Leaf Green popping up on your feed. If this is a topic that is mildly of interest to you, YouTube's been kind of pumping that stuff. But there have been enough updates on the back end that we're ready to share this publicly and get all the information out there correct and ready for everyone to use. So we're going to be talking about the initial setup today. I'll talk about how to undo the glitches if you want to go back to a normal state. I'll talk about troubleshooting and common problems, like what to do about bad eggs, because bad eggs are a common side effect of when you start messing around with glitches. And then I'll cover some of the cool quality of life codes, like trading with yourself to do trade evolutions without needing to have another Switch or a friend, unlocking the national decks early so that you can get those Johto evolutions like Crobat and Scizor and Steelix. And then I'll show off how to use the code generator to get any item into your user's PC so that you can get some of those rare items like a light ball for Pikachu or a lucky egg or anything like that. Now we're only going to be covering the pre-Elite Four setup today. There is a post-Elite Four setup that's a little faster, but this setup is universal across all versions and languages aside from Japanese. We're not going to be talking about Japanese Fire Red and Leaf Green today. This is just English and EU versions. Now I've covered this setup in many other videos on the channel, so we're going to be moving through it kind of quick, but there's also a website guide that you can reference called Pomeg Letter Bombers. That will of of course, be linked below. That guide is also updated for Switch and covers everything we're going to be talking about today. For all the EU languages, the English language, Fire Red, Leaf Green, pre-Elite 4, post-Elite 4, all that good stuff. But before we get into the setup, I must implore you to click the subscribe button down below. If I do not remind people at least once a video, the number barely moves. And if I do remind you, it goes up a ton. So I really like to get over 100K. I'm getting closer and closer, and it would be poetic if the game that I have an unhealthy obsession with, Fire Red and Leaf Green, was the one to get me over that 100K milestone. So please, if you haven't, click the subscribe button and the bell down below because we have more Fire Red and Leaf Green vids coming down the pipe. So our first step is a double battle, and I recommend having your party set up exactly like this. Just these 3 Pokemon. Do not have 6 Pokemon. It still works if you have 6 Pokemon, but there is an error that can happen that I just want to control for. So follow.
So Wartortle, Farfetch'd, Mr. Mime.
Exactly. We have our lead Pokemon. This can be any Pokemon, but you want him to be holding a citrus berry or an oran berry or some other consumable berry that you can trigger. I recommend citrus berry because it always triggers at half HP, and you can faint your Pokemon and then use a revive to get him to half HP, and then that makes it very easy. So lead Pokemon, any Pokemon, half HP, holding a citrus berry. Second Pokemon, Chiding. The trade Farfetch'd, he has to be at least level 21 so that he learns the move Knockoff. He is the only Pokemon in the game that learns Knockoff other than the trade Lickitung, and you don't get him till much later. And then you have Mimian, the Mr. Mime trade, which you can trade for an Abra. He needs to be at least level 33 so that he learns Recycle. The only other Pokemon that learns Recycle is the Porygon from the Game Corner, and that guy is also expensive and learns it at a higher level. So I recommend using Mimian. And for Mimian, we want to give him a piece of retro mail, which you can buy from the Celadon City department store on the 4th floor. It's very cheap. And that's one of the reasons why we can't do this until Celadon City, because we need to be able to buy retro mail. And then I just enter Abra here, hit plus to confirm, and then boom, he's got his retro mail. And that is the initial battle setup. I recommend using this battle right here because the other double battle next to Lavender Town has a Clefairy that knows follow me, and that can be very annoying. We're going to save before we do this double battle. It's okay if it's a fresh battle or if you do a Versus Seeker rematch. I've done a Versus Seeker rematch here. So we're going to start the battle. All right, turn 1. All we want to do is get to the next turn. So I'm going to use Water Pulse and just cut the Ninetales. Maybe we can take it out early. Okay, we fainted the Ninetales turn 1. That's cool. It's one of the reasons Wartortle is a great starter for this. And then at the end of the turn, Wartortle consumes the Citrus Berry and gains back some HP. So that is the first critical step done. Your lead Pokemon needs to consume a berry. Like I said, it could be an Oran Berry, could be a Citrus Berry, could be a Cherry Berry or a Chesto Berry from Paralysis or Sleep. It doesn't matter. It just has to consume a berry in that slot. Once that berry is consumed, we go to Pokemon and we switch in our Mr. Mime, who's holding the mail, and then we're going to use Knockoff into that slot so that the Pokemon that comes in gets knocked off. And then when that happens, we should see Mimian's Retro Mail has been knocked off. So that is step 2 of the glitch complete. And then the next turn, you need to use Recycle. And then I'm just going to click Fly into the Rapidash.
Yep.
Use Recycle, and Mimian actually finds the Citrus Berry
that
Wartortle consumed. So a piece of mail has just been deleted without going through the proper channels.
True.
And that is the glitch. The glitch is now
sometimes
done.
The artifact
never have to
does
do this
fuck
again,
you
and
up.
I don't recommend ever doing it again because then you'll gradually lose the ability to add more in mail to your Pokemon. So only do this double battle once. Even if you completely remove mail from your Pokemon later, the glitch is still active. If you want to undo this, there's a whole other set of steps to undo this specific glitch. It is effectively permanent after you do these steps one time. At the end of the battle, you should see Mimian either holding the Citrus Berry that he picked up, or if he took enough damage and consumed the Citrus Berry, he should have no item. In which case, the mail glitch is complete. The only thing you don't want to see at the end of the battle is Mr. Mime still holding a piece of mail. So with that done, we can head back to our PC and move on to the next part of the glitch. So we need to fill up our party now. So we're going to grab just some random Pokemon from our boxes. It doesn't matter who. And then back out. And now we're going to add mail to each of our Pokemon. You can just type Abra again. It doesn't matter what words you enter here. Okay, so 5 of our 6 Pokemon have mail, and the only one that doesn't have mail is Mimian. And I've actually done this on purpose because this is a problem that you could run into. If I try to give mail to Mimian right now, it'll say to swap the Citrus Berry, and if I go to swap, you'll notice it says Abra. It looks like he's just getting a normal piece of mail. That is because he was the one that did the knockoff and recycle, right? So if you make your 6th Pokemon that receives mail Mr. Mime, the same Pokemon that recycled the citrus berry and got rid of his mail, you're not going to get access to the glitched slot. So instead what you want to do is remove mail from a different Pokemon. Now we should be able to give a fresh piece of mail to Mr. Mime. Indeed we can. We can write Abra in here. And now when I give mail to Magikarp, there is the glitched slot, the question mark mail slot. This means the glitch was done correctly. You can just press start or plus to confirm here. And then Magikarp's not going to get an item because he can't receive an extra piece of mail because there's that other 6th piece of mail stuck in memory and it'll be there forever unless you do the specific steps to get rid of it. But there's really no ill effects to having this. It's just an extra piece of mail in your game save data, allowing you to access this glitch slot. So some of the things we can do with this glitch slot is we can now use it to dupe items. So I can give something like an HP up to my Magikarp, which we actually will need for the next piece of the glitch. So I give him this 1 HP up, and then if I give him another piece of mail and enter no words here, I just press plus to confirm with entering no words. You can see we just got another HP up in our inventory, but Magikarp is still holding the HP up. So we are effectively turning mail into HP ups, which is great because they're kind of expensive. So if you're early on in the game and you need 8 HP ups, you can just buy 1 and then we can clone them using this sequence of events, right? So I'm going to give another retro mail to Magikarp, confirm, confirm, give another mail to Magikarp, confirm, confirm. And as you can see, we're gradually getting more and more HP ups as we do this. I'm going to repeat this until I have 8, and then we will move on to the next step, which is getting the Ace Glitch Pokemon. Okay, I've got my 8 HP ups. I'm going to remove the one that I have on Magikarp. So now I have 9. Then we're going to go into the PC and we're going to make sure that box 3 slot 1 is empty. This needs to be empty. If you put a Pokemon in here and you enter any words into that glitch mail slot, you're going to get a bad egg. So now we need to create Hawk, who is the glitch Pokemon that we're going to turn into the Ace Pokemon. You'll see what I mean if you don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to give a retro mail, and then this is where I'm going to reference the Pomeg Letter Bombers website. So this will of course be linked in the description. We are doing the pre-Elite Four route Hawk 2.0. So box 3 slot 1 is empty. We're triggering the question mark mail, as you can see here. And then we're going to set the glitched mail message to be one of the following. We are on English, so it would be highs, I choose you, wandering. If you're on a European language, we have the words here on the website. So I'm going to enter those into my mail. I'm going to write H, highs. I'm going to write I choose you. I'm going to write W, wandering. So that is correct. We can hit plus and confirm. And now when we go into our boxes, go to move Pokemon. In box 3, we now have Hawk. Now you can see why it's called the Hawk 2.0 setup. So I'm going to grab Hawk with the yellow hand, press select to switch to the yellow hand. Whenever you're interacting with a glitch Pokemon, it's safer. And then we're going to put him into our party. And then I'm going to switch him into the lead because we need to do a little bit of EV training on Hawk. First, we're going to give him the 8 HP ups that we made. So I'm going to give him the HP ups. This is going to give him 80 HP EVs. I only have 1 left. I had 9 before, so that means I have given him 8. So that is step 1 complete. Now I'm going to fly to Viridian City because we need to do 2 battles with Hawk. When you do these battles, you want to make sure that he is in the lead so that he gains EXP from the battle. And first, we need to battle a Mankey, which we can find over here, left of Viridian City. Did we get a Mankey first try? Yes, we do. That is great. So this is totally safe. Hawk can come in. Let me just switch out to one of our higher level Pokemon and then KO the Mankey. Hawk gains a little bit of XP, and he has also gained 1 attack EV by KOing a Mankey. If you run into a non-Mankey here, do not battle it. You need to run away. He can't gain EXP from any other Pokemon other than Mankey, and then the second Pokemon we need is Caterpie, who gives exactly 1 HP EV. We're going to run up to Viridian Forest and then just start running around in the grass until we run into a Caterpie. Of course, I find a Pikachu, the rare spawn. Okay, we have found a Caterpie. Same deal as before. We're just going to switch into one of our other Pokemon and then KO the Caterpie. Hawk gained a little bit of XP and his 1 HP EV. And that is it. The EV training section is done. We can return to the Pokemon Center. Then we go into the PC. We grab Hawk. We put him back in box 3 slot 1. We give ourselves back our Magikarp or whatever Pokemon we put there. And then we're going to give a piece of mail back to Magikarp. We get into the question mark slot and we see the words we entered before. And then this time we are going to swap them. So we scroll down a little bit in the guide here. And for English, we need to swap wandering and highs. So I click highs, go to W, put in wandering. I go to wandering, go to H, and put in highs, plus, yes, confirm. Now, when we go and check box 3, slot 1, we see We see this guy. This is species 0351. This is the Pokemon that executes ace codes. We need him. So we're going to grab the yellow hand. Remember, select to get the yellow hand. We're going to pick him up, and then we're going to place him in box 13, slot 2. That is where I put him. That is the most effective place to put him I've found. And then we're going to grab another one of our random Pokemon. I'm going to grab this Voltorb, and then we're going to put that in box 13, slot 1. And that is it. We are now set up to run ace codes. Make sure that your guy has exactly this name. He will have exactly this name if he is correct. That is species 0351. You have completed the ace setup. You can back out, and officially you can save. You have done it. Now, I said I would talk about how to undo the glitch. So step 1, if you want to go back to a normal game state, is you want to remove all the mail. We don't need it anymore. If you ever wanted to access the glitch slot again, like I said, the double battle part is permanent or semi-permanent. So if you ever want to access the glitched mail again, just give mail back to 5 of your Pokemon. The 6th Pokemon will let you access that item duping glitch word entering slot, but otherwise you never have to interact with mail again. And then if you wanted to release our guy here, if you wanted to release this dingus, you can safely just go to release, and then he is gone. You'd have to make him again, but you can make him again at any time. Now I'm going to reset because I actually do need him, because we're going to move into the tutorial portion here. So now that we have our glitch Pokemon set up, we're going to type in and run a test code. But first, we want to make sure a couple things are true. First, box 13 needs to be completely empty aside from our swap Pokemon and our glitch Pokemon. And box 14 needs to be completely empty. These 2 boxes must be kept empty if you are going to run an ace code. All of your other boxes are safe. Boxes 1 through 12 can have Pokemon in them. Totally fine. You just have to have box 13 and 14 empty aside from your glitch Pokemon. Otherwise, it will crash. Now, another point to note is that I currently do not have any code typed in, right? So if I were to do the glitch swap without a code typed in, it is going to crash my game because the glitch Pokemon is reading the box names as computer code. So if there's not valid computer code in there, it's going to cause a crash because box 1, box 2, box 3 is not actual computer code. So it just crashes the game. So we're going to write in a valid code so that we can test our glitch Pokemon. This code is going to make a shiny level 0 test Bulbasaur in box 9, slot 30. So make sure that box 9, slot 30, that's the last slot, is empty. And then we're going to write the code. As listed here, this website is updated for Switch, as I said. If you reference the old video and just copied the code from my screen, then you would have gotten a crash, right? Because it wasn't updated for Switch, but this website is. I always recommend checking the websites rather than referencing what I type in the video because it might be different for your version. And the websites are, you know, they can be updated on the fly. I can't go back and change a video. So this is our box 1 name, CCUNNREO. We can confirm that. Box 2, this one is PRO/. Remember, I am on Switch, and it says there in the code change to / or B for inaccurate emulators. That would be in the event you are on like Delta emulator on your iOS device or some emulator that is not MGBA. MGBA is typically the more accurate of all the emulators. We're talking specifically about Switch today, so we're not going to worry about that. In this case, you use the /. So there we go, PRO/GWM, and then this last space, we do not type this last blank space, we just hit plus to confirm. Let me go to the next one, AATS, comma, m. We don't type those spaces, we just plus confirm. A/FQ, m, confirm. DFQ, m, confirm. And then this box, if you see in a code that there is a underscore at the beginning, that is a blank space that you do need to type. So blank space, F, o, capital H, capital I, o, R, confirm. And then box 7, x, n, confirm. So our code is typed. We can scroll back and double check, make sure it all matches what we said we were typing in. That looks good to me. It's always good practice after you type a code to save so that if something goes wrong, you don't have to retype every single box. You can go back and check for a typing error. They're very common. 99% of the problems that I get are just typing errors. So our code is in. So now how do you execute a code? You pick up the normal Pokemon, hover over the glitch Pokemon, A to swap, drop. You want to make sure you do that with the yellow hand that is select in the boxes or minus on Switch. switches it to the yellow hand. So we just executed our code. It did not crash like before. That's a good sign. Let's go back to box 9 and voila, there is our shiny test Bulbasaur. This guy is a completely bogus Pokemon. He doesn't have any metadata. His ID is 0. He has no OT. He has no moves. So don't go using this Bulbasaur. Just release him. He's there for test purposes only. But once you see that Bulbasaur, you know for a fact your ace setup is good. It doesn't crash. Everything is cool. So we're going to back out and save. And now we can talk about some of the cool stuff that we can do with arbitrary code execution using the code generator. Okay, so this website I have here is the eShark code generator. The link for that will of course be in the description and pinned comment below. And this is what we're going to use to generate box codes to do all sorts of very fun things. So if you're on Switch, what you need to do is click this drop down right here where it says English 1.1, and then we're going to switch it to English Switch. And now we will be able to select Switch compatible codes. And the first one that I'm going to run is called Get Any Item. I'm gonna click this. And then as the instructions say here, this code injects the chosen item into your user's PC. It always goes into the bottom slot, so it doesn't interfere with any items stored there. The first setting here is inaccurate MU. We're not gonna touch that because this is not relevant for Switch. For the amount, I'm not going to do 999. That's a little insane. I'm just going to give myself 1 of the item. And then item index, this is where we pick the item. So to use the item index section, we click the number here and we see it says Master Ball. That is because Master Ball is index 1. I do not want a Master Ball. I'm going to get myself a metal coat because I'm going to evolve a Scyther via trading later. I'm going to click metal coat, and then it automatically inputs the index number for metal coat, which is 199, and then I'm going to hit compute. And it's going to spit us out the box names that we need to enter. And now all we would need to do is type in those box names. So we start from box 1, and we go X, capital F, capital U, little n, D, R, R, little n, confirm. Next box, it starts with 3 spaces. We have space, 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 and then V, double right facing quotes, period, and then little o. Something to mention is you do not ever have to type the ending spaces on Switch. So we're not going to type that ending space. We are going to confirm. Next box is space, space, dot, 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 double righty quote, Q, little n, and then once again, we don't have to type the ending spaces. Next box, space, female sign, capital B, capital R, little m, confirm, no ending spaces. And we have capital M, dot, 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 single dot, little o, right facing apostrophe, capital B, capital R, little m, confirm. And now we get into the next section, which we call filler. So you could type these out as listed, but this actually isn't necessary on Switch. This is just a little quality of life hot tip from me. You can just write A and confirm. Once you get to the part of the code where you have this filler, which is always going to be blank spaces and then a single dot, 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 you can just write A. Just a nice little time saver there. So we're just going to write A for everything up to box 9. And then for box 10, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces, dot OA, confirm, and then dot little o, confirm. And that's it for that one. Now, like I said, best practice, we're going to back out. We just finished typing. We're going to save. And now we do our code execution just like normal. We yellow hand, pick up our normal Pokemon, swap, swap. We didn't have any crash. Now I should be able to go into my user's PC, right now. Item storage, withdraw, and there is my 1 metal code. So that code was successful. So for items like that where you only need a few of them, get any item is a totally viable option. But for something like a rare candy that you're going to use a lot of the time, a code that I really like to use here is add remove item in wrong pocket. So we're going to load this one up, and this might be a little intimidating, but don't worry, there's a lot of stuff here. But all we need to do is scroll down to the settings section or parameters right here. Now, if you're going to use this for something different than what I'm saying here, I do recommend reading all of these instructions. Like this right here, usage, if you want to use the item, you want to go into the key items pocket. But if it was a giveable item, like an EXP share or a lucky egg or something, you would put it in the balls pocket. I don't think you need to do any of that. And it also says don't use key items pocket berries or TMs. It probably won't work. But for a bottomless rare candy, which I think is an invaluable usage of this glitch, we go down to parameters, keep pocket as 0 because that's the key items pocket. Item ID, it works very much the same. The default value is already set to rare candy, but just to show you, if you want to get something else, you would backspace the number, you would type in the name, it'll pop up this little drop down, and then you click it, and then it fills it in with the number. In this case, it's 68. Before it was 0x0044. That is the hexadecimal version of 68. You don't need to change delete mode. This is for if you wanted to remove a key item, and you don't want to touch aligned PC. And everything else below here, we do not touch. We just hit compute, and it spits out our box names, and then it's back to typing. Now this one does have one of our classic tricky characters in it, so I am going to type out everything once again. So box 1 / capital B, capital U, little n, capital H, capital E, capital Q, little n, confirm. Next one, 3 spaces before, little p, big G, dot, little o, confirm. Next one, space, dot, capital H, question mark, little n, confirm. Remember, we don't need those ending spaces.
So
Next one,
annoying.
starts with a space, double
Hellfire.
right facing quotes, capital F, capital Q, and then we get to what is probably the most common character that people mess up. So in the generator, that is a lowercase l. You can tell that it's a lowercase l because if you compare to the 1 in box 1, it looks different. This does not have a slant on the top of it. This does. This is the most common problem I've ever seen when it comes to writing these codes. So pay attention to that. That is a lowercase l. We can confirm. Next one, triple dots, capital F, little g, little m, triple dots, capital H, question mark, little n. Confirm. Next one, space, triple dots, capital F, capital Q, little m, confirm. And then once again, we've arrived at the filler, and we already have this pre-typed. We know this is just A, and then .OA and .O. We wrote those before, so we don't have to change them again. Those are the same. Then, best practice, we save. Now we can test the code. After we run it, we should see a rare candy in our key items pocket. 1, 2, back out. We go to bag, key items, scroll down to the bottom, and there is our bottomless rare candy. I'm gonna move that to the top. I'm gonna be using that. So now we can use this on our Pokemon indefinitely. Every time we use it, we can just mash A. We can level up our Pokemon and it'll never use one of these rare candies. Super nice. Now, the other nice thing about this is it lets you sell the rare candy infinitely at a Pokemart. Super cool. So you can get unlimited money this way for things like buying coins. If you need to go buy yourself a Porygon or whatever, we just go to sell. We hit down. It'll let you sell some amount. It doesn't always let you go down to 99. It'll have some maximum, but you can repeat this indefinitely. I actually don't know how to change that maximum. I've seen it be anything from like only 11 here, like it is for me, as high as 30, as high as 50. I don't fully understand that. One of the glitch researchers will probably watch this video back and leave a comment telling me what determines the maximum here, but who cares? It's unlimited money. So that is wrong item pocket.
Unlimited.
It's pretty cool. Other ones that I recommend using that for, Master Ball, like I said, very useful. Max Repel, another really good use for that. You never have to buy a repel again. You can just have an infinite max repel in your key items pocket. So the next code that I want to show off is unlocking the National Dex early via an NPC. This one is fully enabled multi-region. This will work on all the EU languages as well. Some of the codes are not updated for EU yet. They're only working on English, but this one we have a multi-language version of it. So we're going to select get National Dex via NPC. There are no settings for this one, but do read the instructions. This will not interfere with your progression with Professor Oak at all. One thing that it will do is it will make the Elite Four have their rematch team. So the Elite Four will be a lot stronger after running this, but you've just enabled arbitrary code execution. You have a bottomless rare candy. So I don't think that'll be too much of an issue for your progression, but this will allow you to get Johto Pokemon and evolutions early. So I'm going to hit compute and it gives us our code. Nice and compact. I like that one. So let's write this baby in. / question mark, capital U, little n, capital F, capital E, 3, little n, confirm. Space, A, double lefty quotes, 9, little q, confirm. Space, 9, capital M, dot, little o, confirm. Space, 3, capital N, capital R, little n, confirm. 3, capital Q, capital R, little n, little d, capital F, capital R, little n, confirm. Space, F, little o, space, capital F, exclamation point, little q, little a, confirm. And then box 7, this one's just a dot, little o, confirm. Now you'll notice that we ended our code and we still have old code stuff here. This is generally fine. Once the code reaches this point, it sort of ends code execution. So we don't have to worry about anything that's after our end point when we're writing new codes. But we're going to save over this one because we just finished typing. And then in the instructions, it says run this code in Viridian City Pokemon Center. That is because the NPC index for the old man is the one that's set in the code. We are in Viridian City. It is going to be this old man that gives us the national Pokedex. If I check my Pokedex right now, you'll see I do not have the national dex yet. But if I go into my PC, head over to box 13 and do my little swap, no crash. That's a good sign. We back out. Then you're going to go down and talk to this guy. He's not going to have any text. He's just going to go beep. And then if we go in and check the Pokedex, boom. We got the national dex. That is done. We can now get Johto evolutions. That part is completely good to go. So now that I know that was successful, I'm going to save. That is done. So the last code that I'm going to show off for you guys today is called Create Tradeback NPC, which is right here in the list. Create Tradeback NPC. We're going to select that. This guy has no extra settings, and it's once again something that we run in the Viridian City Pokemon Center, which is where we are, and we're going to execute it through that old man down there. So I'm going to hit compute, and what this is going to let us do is do trade evolutions from a single game, which is pretty cool. I imagine that is pretty crazy. Demand. So we're going to write this one in just like all the others. Box 1 is / U a little n FE 3 little n confirm space a double lefty quote 9
finally
confirm, space 8.
This is the first time I've ever seen this shit here. Only took an eternity. Can I get it? Finally! I finally get shiny Robloxy. Only took like 9 months. Finally. That took way too long to get. Right, I finally got it. Only took like 9 months.
Capital M dot and little o confirm space 2 capital N capital R little n confirm little z capital F capital R little n little v capital F capital R little n confirm space 4 spaces F exclamation point little q confirm. And then once again we've gotten into some filler. Remember, this stuff is called filler, and you could write it out as it is, or one of the nice things that you can do is just write A with no spaces, A with no spaces, A with no spaces, and then there's our .oa and .o. So we are good. Then we're going to save. Now, this code in particular has some side effects if you don't run it from a clean reboot. So I'm going to reboot my game after typing the code, because otherwise you can get some weird effects. I think Theocatic is working in the background on a fix so that we don't get any weird data corruptions as a result of not doing this from a clean boot. But just for absolute safety, it's good to do this one from a clean reboot. So we've just booted back in. Our code is typed. We're going to go to our swap Pokemon right here, do our swap, no crash. That's good. So now the trade script is loaded into this old guy right here. Now it's always going to trade the lead Pokemon in your party. I've given myself a Scyther here conveniently, and I'm going to give him a Metal Coat, the one that we generated earlier. And now I'm going to speak to the man. It's going to initiate a trade, and we are going to receive a blank glitch Pokemon back in the trade. If for whatever reason you receive anything else other than this blank glitch Pokemon, I'm going to open him up in the party menu just to show you what he looks like. If you receive any weird Pokemon, if you receive a bad egg, anything like that, reset. Do not save over that. You should receive a glitch Pokemon.
Oh wait, no, never
like
mind.
This.
That was an Arden
Robloxy. One of the trade Pokemon in the game. Like it says Tangeni, that's the trade.
That's not a shiny.
And then when you look into your party, you should see a blank space in the lead, just like that. That's
I thought it was shiny, but no, it's not. It's just an Arden one.
Talk to him again. It's going to trade away your blank space, and it's going to trade back exactly the same Pokemon you traded him, including the held item, and it will thus trigger the trade evolution. And because we unlocked the national dex early, this evolution should go off without a hitch, and we should get ourselves a Scizor. So let's see how this goes. There's our Scyther. It says Tangenia, but it's not Tangenia. It'll keep
Oh, well.
whatever nickname your Pokemon had when you traded it to him. And we get what? Scyther is evolving? Look at him go. Isn't this wonderful? No need to have friends. Yep. No need to have 2 Switches. No need to buy 2 copies of the game. You can get your trade evolutions directly on your own console. What a lovely piece of quality of life we've got here. There is our Scizor. Communication standby. We are good. And look at that. No issues. There is our hatched Scyther that we got over from our Fire Red game. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Okay, and so for our last piece, I want to talk a little bit about some of the side effects that can happen when you're messing around with this glitch Pokemon. And mainly what that's going to be is something like this. You might wind up with a bad egg in your box 13. Now, people freak out about these, and, you know, rightfully so. They are a little weird. You can wind up with a real bad egg like this, or you can wind up with an invisible bad egg like this. It's just a space that has an invisible Pokemon in it. But fret not. If it happens in this box, in box 13, this is a common side effect of hovering over the glitch Pokemon. When you interact with them, sometimes this will just happen. Thankfully, we can get rid of these pretty easily. We're just going to grab it with the yellow hand like this, and we're going to hold the A button, and then make sure to grab extra blank spaces with it. And then when we plop them down, they should disappear. And now this one is still here. Hold on. Grab it with a blank space. Is it still here? Oh, he is. Okay. If it doesn't go away immediately, back out of the boxes and then go back in and then try that again. We grab a blank space, pick up, put down, and there we go. Now I'm hitting A and that guy is gone. So if you want to clean those out, if those are scary, you know, you want to get rid of them, then that is the easy way. If they happen in box 13, that's all you need to do. And now those guys are totally gone. I go back into the boxes. We are clear. I can actually probably make one pop up again if I hover over the glitch Pokemon enough times. Oh, we didn't get one that time. Let's try again. Do a couple hovers. Oh, yep, we got another one. Okay, we made one. That's cool. We go in here. We back out of the boxes. Grab them with the yellow hand. Boop, boop, and it's gone. So that's how you deal with bad eggs that show up in your box 13. It's really easy to deal with them. They don't really cause any adverse effects, but people don't like to see them. So it's it's not a bad idea to just clear them out. Now, there is a chance that if you run some codes that maybe generate Pokemon, or if you accidentally enter some mail words into the mail glitch and you wind up getting some garbage data in here. Let me show you what that looks like. So if I go in here and I give a piece of retro mail to my Scizor, and then let's say I wrote Abra into here, and that is going to create a bad egg in box 3. Now this bad egg might not be so easy to get rid of. Oh, actually, nope, he was. Look at that. But let's say I put an actual Pokemon in there. Let's say I had a real Pokemon in box 3, and then I did the same thing. So I gave a retro mail, and there was a Pokemon in box 3. See, this represents some of Zubat's data, that Zubat we put in box 3. Let's say I put a word in here and corrupted my Zubat. Now, this guy is not going to be so easy to get rid of. That is a fully corrupted Pokemon. That is a semi-permanent bad egg. So we're going to have to do some more advanced stuff to get rid of a bad egg like this. If you get a really sticky bad egg, a guy you can't get rid of, we're going to need to utilize what's called the Fast Clone Pokemon. And the Fast Clone Pokemon can clone or delete Pokemon. He's like a garbage bin and a replicator all in one. So we're going to move this guy out of box 3 slot 1 because we can actually make the fast clone Pokemon the same kind of way that we made Hawk and OEIEA, 0351, the glitch species. I'm going to put this bad egg in box 12 right here for later. We're going to delete him. We're going to get rid of this guy. So in order to make the fast clone species with an empty mail slot, we can go into the glitched mail message just like we normally would by giving mail to our 6th Pokemon that's not holding mail. And then we are going to enter a specific word combo. Now this word combo only works on English. So the word combo that we're going to enter on English to make the fast clone species is as described here in this little notepad document I've brought up. It is wandering, which we've seen before. And then you leave this as question, question, question. And then this one is meet. And then this one is listen. So this will work at any point in the game because all of these words are unlocked even before you've beaten the Elite Four. Unfortunately, in the European games, if you want to make the fast clone species, the number for it is a little different. The English one is 0x3200, but French, Spanish, Italian, and German have slightly different index numbers, as you can see here. And unfortunately, the words do not exist to make that species at any point in the game, but it is possible post Elite Four to make it using just words. I've put the words here on screen for the individual species, but if you're not past the Elite Four, you can use this code that I've pulled up in the generator, create Pokemon species from nothing, to create the fast clone species on EU language games. You just need to match up this species index right here, 3200, with the species index that I've shown on screen here. For French, it's 320B. For Spanish, it's 3210. For Italian, it's 320A. And for German, it's 320F. And that will generate the species in box 10 slot 19, executing this ACE code. So you do have access to the fast clone species before the Elite Four if you're on a European game. You just have to use an ACE code to create it, and that will let you get the fast clone species. The other caveat to mention is that some of these Pokemon will not appear until you've seen them at least once in your Pokedex. So Zapdos, Togepi, Articuno, and Dracolos is Dragonite in French. So all of that to say, if you're on EU, it's probably better just to use this create Pokemon species from nothing code. That'll work at any point in the game. Anyway, let's get back to using the fast clone species Pokemon. So I just generated it here in my English game. If I go to move Pokemon and I go over to box 3, slot 1, I'm going to switch over to the yellow hand before I interact with this guy. Trust me, he is a menace if you don't mess with him with the yellow hand. So this is Uanua. This is species 3200 in English. That is the fast clone species. I'm going to grab him with the yellow hand and bring him over to box 12. This is where I like to do all of my fast clone related stuff. I'm going to back out of the box, and there he is in the bottom right hand corner. So to delete Pokemon with this guy, or bad eggs like we're about to do, you're going to grab the bad egg, you're going to be on the yellow hand, you're going to hold A, and you're going to make sure that you have a blank space on the right of your selection, just like this. Hover the yellow hand over Uanua and then hit A. Whoop. And then that bad egg is now deleted. Just back out of the boxes after you interact with him. That bad egg is gone. That thing was sent to the Shadow Realm. So that's how you can delete with the fast clone species. Now let me show you how to clone, because that's pretty useful. If you wanted to clone a Pokemon, like let's say this 6IV shiny Squirtle that I got here. We're going to put it right over the glitch Pokemon like this. And then this is the only time you want to ever hover the glitch Pokemon with the white hand, is when you want to make a dupe. So we go boop, hover over him with the white hand, back to your main Pokemon that you want to dupe, hit A, go to move, and it picks up a blank space, hit A again, go to shift, and then drop down your Pokemon, and then A, move again, and it picks up the blank space, and then you can just repeat that, just like that. And it looks like we're not doing anything, but then if we back out of the boxes, and then back in, look at that. We got 5 Squirtles. Isn't that something? So the only side effect of doing this dupe is you're gonna have one of those invisible guys right here after you go back into the boxes. And how you get rid of this guy differs depending on your game. If you're on Leaf Green, you can just go to release and that'll get rid of him, and that's no problem. If it's Fire Red, you're gonna have to get rid of him using that same kind of thing we would do with a bad egg before from box 13. You'll do the blank pick up and plop down, and that'll get rid of him. Release will not work on that bad egg in Fire Red. I think it'll crash the game. But yeah, that's the fast clone Pokemon. Pretty crazy little guy. I can understand if you don't want to mess with him, but if you do wind up getting a permanent bad egg, this is the only way to get rid of it. And then, once again, if I wanted to get rid of some of my Squirtles, I can just grab it with a blank space, and boom, the Squirtles are gone. They've been deleted. But if you were only using this fast clone guy for the purposes of getting rid of a bad egg, like you freaked out, you got a permanent bad egg, you messed up, you want to get rid of it, and you can't get rid of it any other way, you can release this guy. So you can just go to release on him, and he is now permanently gone. So those are the only 2 times you want to use the white hand on him, is if you want to dupe or if you're going to release him. And that's it. That's the fast clone species. I'm done with my spiel about him. He's pretty crazy, but very, very useful. So that'll do it for this video. The next video, I promise, will cover shiny Pokemon, mythical Pokemon.
Okay, that's cool, I guess. Not really all that interested in doing that, because I'm not going to play Fire Red, Leaf Green on the Switch, but okay. What else here? That's another one that isn't too long. Alright, we'll just scroll up. The war against Valve. What is this one?
Valve is one of the most prestigious and respected companies in the world. It's no wonder why they've garnered such massive support from their customers and the gaming audience in general. The list of their good deeds is quite extensive, but arguably more important is how, unlike many other tech companies, they have avoided enshittification. Just imagine how much worse Steam could be if they added a bunch of unnecessary AI into it. Just imagine. They're basically the Costco of game publishers, a company that, despite their major, massive worldwide success, still clings to their values, a consumer-first approach, for the most part.
What's Valve's take on piracy?
Piracy to us, so we don't really worry about piracy.
That's awful, dude. No. Eat my entire ass.
You know, when we think, you know, when you look at the top 10 issues on our list at any given point in time, piracy is almost never, you know, something that's on that list. From our point of view, what we saw more and more is that piracy is the result of bad service on the part of game companies.
They're the type of company whose business practices would drive Mr. Krabs insane. Not many companies give out unsolicited refunds or retroactive discounts if you happen to purchase a game shortly before it goes up on sale. Unlike Activision or EA, Valve doesn't annualize their franchises or milk them to death. They do the exact opposite. Valve is an outlier because it's not just the good things that they've done, but rather the horrible things they've avoided doing. And as the old saying goes,
when you do things right, people won't be sure you've done anything at all.
Now, they're not a perfect company, and I did a whole video a while back
on
the many controversies, mistakes, greed, and stupid decisions they've made in the past. But this is not that video, because at the risk of becoming the leave alone the multi-billion-dollar company guy, but it's safe to say there is a targeted attack, a war, if you will, against Valve for reasons that we're going to uncover in this video, with far too many coincidences to ignore. And the more you look into it, well, let's just say the tinfoil hat gets bigger and bigger. But before we get too deep into this topic, I want to thank the sponsor of today's video, Chime. Chime is the most loved banking app. Times are tough and money is tight. It's one of the biggest stressors in everyday life, and Chime takes that weight off your shoulders a bit. They offer up to 3.5% APY. Your future, then with Chime. Use my special link in the description or scan the QR code on screen to sign up today and get started. And thank you, Chime, for sponsoring this video.
And now for something completely different.
Presented for your perusal, Exhibit A. Valve wins lawsuit against Rothschild and associated entities, with a jury agreeing they violated an Anti-Patent Troll Protection Act. Yes, they won this lawsuit filed in 2023. Valve was going toe-to-toe with the Rothschilds, the very same Rothschilds who have remained one of the wealthiest banking families for the last 300 years. Yet they still don't have enough money. So this guy, Lee Rothschild, is basically what's called a patent troll. A patent troll is basically someone who creates or acquires numerous patents, produces absolutely nothing with them, and makes a living through litigation. People who violate those patents. Think of the Nemesis system in Shadow of War. It's basically idea hoarding, not the most noble of professions. You'd have significantly more dignity working as a stripper, in my opinion. So what? Valve wins a $152,000 settlement with some billionaire patent troll. What's the big deal? Well, coincidentally, just a few days after this, the New York State Attorney General, Letitia James, announced that they were suing Valve. What for? To protect children, of course.
I lie.
That's a rather strange coincidence, wouldn't you say?
But if one trained in the Force, you know that true coincidences are rare.
I mean, granted, big corporations deal with lots of lawsuits, they have big legal teams, so this could just be happenstance, right? Valve former economist is being put on trial for promoting drug use because he admitted to taking ecstasy 36 years ago. That's right, kids. If you touch that weed joint 36 years from now, you're gonna regret it. Are you kidding me? What? There's no statute of limitations on drug use? 36 years ago, bro. That's a lifetime for me. That's more than a lifetime ago. Now, the Greek member of parliament who's being sued right now basically said that he had experienced ecstasy once 36 years ago in Sydney, ended up regretting it and saying, no matter how pleasant drug taking may seem, there is a price to pay. So not promoting drug use, that's a reach. It's a Halo reach. I suppose this is
a
all
reach.
Coincidence?
Dark forces are at work, pushing us into a postmodern version of the Dark Ages. They are out there to take away from us the last remnants of autonomy and freedom that we have. Resistance is literally existence.
Oh, okay, that's why they're going after him. And just a month ago, Valve was thrown into a $900 million lawsuit over PC monopoly claims.
Yeah.
This lawsuit gaining the support, coincidentally, of Steam competitor Epic Games CEO Tim Sweeney. That's a whole can of worms on its own. Now let's focus on this latest lawsuit, which is about gambling, I almost said CSGO, it's Counter-Strike 2 now. Counter-Strike 2 skins, loot boxes. Yeah, remember that whole controversy that really blew up like 9 years ago?
I've decided to make our
So
own
yeah.
CSGO gambling.
In the corner, it's Do at Night Abyss. While we're doing some React at the same time. Yeah, let me zoom in. I was like finishing it because like this is just boring to like farm Mystic Maze. But yeah, this is just Do at Night Abyss. I have the game muted right now. But yeah, I'm just shooting all this stuff here because I need to get the blueprints. But they make it so you have to like do it an excessive amount of times to get everything. But yeah. Let me switch back to the other source. It's just in the corner up there. You can see it right there.
Site called babygambles.net.
Okay.
We believe that 13-year-old is way too old to get started gambling, and we want the age to go down to 5.
You're a little late to the party here, Letitia James, but the lawsuit and what she's alleging contains some pretty serious, shall we say, logical flaws. Valve, a video game developer, has made billions of dollars by letting children and adults illegally gamble for the chance to win valuable virtual prizes. These features are addictive and harmful. That's why I'm suing to stop Valve's unlawful contact and protect New Yorkers. First off, this is not the real reason, and it has two community notes. Counter-Strike is rated M with Steam parental controls. Minors playing reflects parental supervision choices only. Yes, it all comes back to that sage old wisdom of being present in your child's life. Cosmetics are optional with disclosed ads and no cash out on Steam. Firms shouldn't be penalized for creating products so popular that users themselves deem valuable. Now, for whatever reason, in this lawsuit, they also included this passage. It is important to note that Valve's promotion of games that glorify violence and guns helps fuel the dangerous epidemic of gun violence, particularly among young gamers who can become numb to grave violence before their brains are fully developed.
And then they just tack that on top.
You should worry about your own underdeveloped brain, because this argument has been... Bro, I literally made a video about this like 9 years ago. That's crazy. And even then it was an outdated argument.
Are they going to become violent just by playing Grand Auto Theft? Grand Auto Theft? Grand Auto Theft? Grand Auto Theft?
This is an outdated argument.
Grand Auto Theft, guys.
On this basis alone,
you want to play Grand Auto Theft?
Is so wildly out of touch that any reasonable person should just invalidate and discount your opinion entirely. Like, and the allegation that Valve promotes games that glorify violence, I just...
Yeah, Do It Night Abyss is up here. In the corner.
Like, where would I even begin? Young gamers who can become numbed to grave violence.
It's above my head.
I'm confused. Is this about gambling or about violence in video games? It's like you're late to the party, extremely late on both fronts. This seems like it was a hastily cobbled together list of grievances that are as poorly constructed in their thought as they are outdated.
Okay.
Now, here's what I will say. Loot boxes are still a problem.
Yes,
and
they
Valve
are.
should not be given a get-out-of-jail-free card when it comes to all of the ethical consequences of loot boxes, gambling, and the effect that can have on people. There is, you know, genuine horror stories. People's lives have been destroyed by gambling.
The only monster here is the gambling monster that has enslaved your mother. I call him Gambler.
And they do share a ton of responsibility for the popularity of loot boxes as a business practice in the gaming industry. Team Fortress 2 basically set the template for this that other companies like EA would use in much more nefarious ways. Valve has even fine-tuned their loot boxes to work around European gambling laws and regulations. But here's the thing, if your goal is to protect children from gambling, why just Valve?
Exactly.
Like just Valve. No other company that has loot boxes. FIFA doesn't have an ultimate team, neither does Madden anymore. Like, EA's all good? EA's great. Oh, okay, it's Valve that's the problem, just Valve. Now here's why Valve is not the worst offender. For starters, I've been on Steam for well over a decade, and I have never been compelled to buy a loot box personally. Their service is a PC storefront, and the games that do have microtransactions can be enjoyed to their fullest without ever touching a loot box. The same cannot be said for other games and products. Halo 5 or Battlefront 2, where the loot boxes actually have an effect on the gameplay and product, not just a visual aesthetic change. Games that monetize their gameplay, pay to win, is infinitely worse in my opinion than cosmetic only. With Counter-Strike skins, they do have real-world tradable value, like a Pokemon card. I suppose that is part of the problem, as third-party gambling sites have propped up, and at times Valve has struggled to take action against them and become complicit in the problem, but they have taken action even as long ago as 2016. All of this is to say, Valve is far from the worst offender when it comes to gambling that is addictive and harmful to children. Nobody in their right mind is going to give the loot boxes and monetization of Counter-Strike 2 and Dota 2 a free pass. There's obviously problems. The point is, if Valve is not the worst offender, then who is? And why aren't you going after them? You want to talk about protecting children? Maybe go after Roblox. Maybe go after Roblox. And if the goal is truly to regulate gambling better, did you watch the Super Bowl? Have you watched the NFL this last season? Is it not a massive conflict of interest for the NFL to have ads to bet on the games that you are watching on their network? Is that not? That's cool. I'm fine with like YouTubers doing a DraftKings ad read, but when you have NFL commentators giving their gambling predictions on a NFL broadcast, that seems like a bigger deal to me. The consequences of winning or losing this lawsuit are huge. Letitia James seeks to permanently stop Valve from promoting gambling features in its games, disgorge all ill-gotten gains, pay back all the money, the billions of dollars they made, and pay fines for violating New York's laws. Should they lose this lawsuit, which I can't imagine they will, it could also start a domino effect that spreads to other states and more lawsuits. This lawsuit is filled with other bogus allegations. They posted a screenshot alleging that Counter-Strike has a near-miss mechanic where you will see a very valuable item, but you won't actually win it. It's a tease. However, Valve removed this feature back in 2018, and the screenshot presented has been tracked down by internet sleuths, showing the exact opposite of what is being alleged in the lawsuit. The guy actually won this. What is it called when you present evidence that undermines your own case? That's a contradiction, Yugi boy. I think it's pretty clear these lawsuits and this war against
it is a
Valve
contradiction.
has ulterior motives behind it. Again, why are you not suing Polymaker or Calci or Blizzard, Epic, EA? So what is the real motivation? Well, put on the tinfoil hat, people. Let me spin you a yarn. Let me tell you my theory. I think it's pretty clear, as we've been seeing this push in technology across the world, that corporations, CEOs are vying for more control. They're putting AI into everything, harvesting data. They want more forms of verification that they never asked for before. Despite all of Roblox's numerous child safety features, sexual exploitation cases on the game have skyrocketed in the last few years. There is such a hardcore push for digital verification that you've got Discord pushing it. Discord, who is partnered with a company associated with Peter Thiel, the guy who's running Palantir.
Yeah,
I made a video
Palantir.
about that on the second channel. Go subscribe to Actman TV if you haven't already, and subscribe to this channel. I really appreciate it. But as discussed in the Discord video, Peter Thiel is intent on setting up this like nationwide, worldwide surveillance state where you have no privacy. That's the long and short of it. The tech world is pushing an aggressive approach to age verification, and Valve owns one of the largest digital storefronts in the world. Steam has about 132 million monthly active users, but it's because Valve does not play by the rules set by other public companies in harvesting their users' data that makes them a massive barrier in the tech industry's ultimate goal of establishing a mass surveillance state. You know, a few years ago, this shit would have sounded crazy to me too. But especially
now
after
it's
seeing
happening.
Discord try to pull this stuff, it is not a coincidence. And although it is speculation on my part, that is the reason I believe why Valve is being targeted, why there is a war against Valve being waged through the form of various lawsuits and litigation. 132 million monthly active users. Can you not see a world in which people want the data and the information and the IDs of 132 million people? That's why they're being sued. It is so ridiculous that apparently even calculator firmware is being restricted unless users verify their age.
That is crazy.
That's what this is about. And you can see in the lawsuit, Valve does not verify the age of Steam users. This is a problem. You see all these instances of stop killing games, AI data centers popping up, AI being shoved into everything, age verification across all of our apps, increasingly raised prices on things like subscriptions and Xbox Game Pass. These are not all isolated, independent events, in my opinion. I think it is a greater push by these out-of-touch billionaire tech CEOs to exert as much control over the population as possible.
The safety rules
Yeah, that's
also
pretty
apply
good.
on the internet. These rules include never giving
Right,
out personal information.
Played an insane
And
amount
Valve
of
has
it
access to
across
one of the
all
largest
3 betas.
audiences and the broadest
Right. We're just waiting for it to release in like a month and a half now. They did streamline stuff a lot more compared to the previous beta. They got rid of some stuff. Right. But it was pretty good overall. They need to fix, though, the shader compilation issue. That's like the main issue there. I even got it working on Linux, so
demographics, I think,
that's also
on the
pretty cool
planet.
there
The
too.
increasing RAM prices, just
But yeah,
as the
it'll be coming
enshittification
out
of everything
end of
tech
April
is not
on the
just a
29th.
coincidence. Neither is this war against Valve, and I wager it has very little to do with gambling. Valve is being targeted because they are independent and they're different from all of the other companies in shittifying everything. They might be the single biggest legal test case in gaming. And if they fall, it's only going to get worse. So what are we left with? Well, we have a series of lawsuits and claims filled with evidence contradicting their accusations. These suspicious lawsuits come against Valve at a time when tech companies seem insistent on gathering more and more personal and identifying information from users, removing any semblance of privacy, potentially setting up a nationwide surveillance state, monitoring every single thing you do on the internet, and then feeding all of that information into an AI algorithm to then exploit you. The tinfoil hat might be on a bit snug or a bit too loose. In any case, an attorney general who is 30 years late to the violence in video games debate should not be taken seriously, and said attorney general's motives and intentions must be called into serious question, especially considering Valve is nowhere near being public enemy #1 in the gambling is bad for people business. Judging by the Matrix-like dystopia the tech industry is going in, I'd wager these lawsuits are not for anyone's benefit but the corporate elite. One could say we are heading towards a world in which no man is free. But those are my thoughts on the lawsuits Valve is facing and the war against Valve and Steam. How do you think things will turn out? Valve is a killer team of lawyers, so it's not going to be an easy fight. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Check out my older video, The Rise and Fall of Valve, if you want a more critical approach to their company's history, and subscribe to the Act Man for more awesome content. Thank you, Chime.
Okay, we're done with that one. Mark it off the list. Alright, let's just finish the stuff here. Alright, I gotta finish everything up here. Yeah, it was a big can. Oh god, I'm getting like shitty artifacts and buffs.
I'm out of here. I mucked it all up.
Yep.
You'll get yours next time. Just you wait. Oh.
Be still, tis my guidance. Night turns to day.
Gotta kill all the things here.
Samsara's pulse. I am unharmed.
Alright, then we got another artifact there. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I'll take those for the damage buff. Because I believe I do have the artifact that gives me damage for Every artifact I stack. And this piece of shit is doing its thing again. He's dodge. Alright, what else do we need here? I still need to get the respite ones, and then I need to get all the purples. Ugh. I need 2 of those for the respite ones, and we gotta deal with that. Yeah, there's another exploration there. I need to get that done as well.
Who's the target today?
Okay. What I'll probably do then is I'll do one more Mystic Maze run, then end off. So I can just let it overnight or whatever for the exploration. Because they want the thing from exploration there.
Night turns to dawn. Samsara's pulse. Night turns to dawn. Be still, beast. 'Tis my guide. As every river returns to the misty sea, night turns to dawn.
What do we get here? Alright, that one's a good one at least. Doubles my damage. Killed those ones.
Ah, not you again. Have a nice day. Bye. Oh, I mucked it all up. I'll get yours next time. Just you wait.
Oh damn it, I keep getting useless core flame ones. Yeah, that works.
Hit. Night comes to be.
Alright, on to the next one. So what do I get here? Alright, we'll take all those buffs.
Not bad, I must say. Keep it up.
At least that one was a quick and easy one. That one was a quicker run. But yeah, I still need to do a bunch of Dias still. They still like want you to do like way too many of these. It's pain. Just pure pain. To keep doing these over and over again. But yeah. That's it though. I think we're gonna start off here for tonight. Anyways, it's already 6:40 AM. Daylight savings and all that stuff happened. Right, we've been live for just under 6 hours. This is a good place to end off here. I'm gonna go set my thing. To go AFK farm again. And do what Night Abyss anyways. But yeah. As usual though guys, thank you guys all for stopping by. hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night. And yeah. I mean, I am tired, man. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See ya.